We'll call the meeting of the Ojai City Council to order.
We have lots of copies.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I have one?
Oh, definitely.
Please.
We'd love for you to have one. If we run out, we get more.
No time reading?
Yeah. Would you like one, Randy?
I have one.
Okay, good. We'll save, I'll put this in Ryan's box.
We have to claim it as a gift.
What?
Under
I
50.
think so.
Under 50.
Thank the author. He delivered them. I had my own. I would have bought them if I'd had to, but he gave them. I just made the request. I have a hard time.
You think everybody's here for us to say?
From what?
I think they're all here for
No, they're also here for climate. And they're also here for the pesticide. Yeah,
I was
pesticide.
thinking those two, so I guess we should have moved climate out earlier.
Yeah.
All aboard that's coming aboard? Is anybody else out there that's going to, okay. We'll call the meeting to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Johnston,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina,
Here.
Councilmember Blatz is absent, Councilmember Haney.
Here.
Councilmember Wyrick.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. Welcome, everybody. If you'll all rise, join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
He didn't say.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. We have a crowd. The clerk says we have, 10 cards for public comment and 16 for item number 3. So that's going to be a bit of a problem as far as the amount of time we spend on each subject. I think we may have to cut it back to 2 minutes unless we can get some sort of coordination on all of this. I guess the first order of business is to approve the agenda. Are there any changes or corrections?
Could I want to request that we move discussion item 3 to the first item on the agenda. Switch with do the taxes after the discussion on pesticide notification.
You mean switch 2 and 3?
Yeah, switch 2 and 3. Do 2 first before 3.
Okay, now,
Or 2?
which
I mean
means,
3 before 2, sorry. 3 before 2, thank you.
okay, it's 7:30, we will have public comment? Or do we want to, I'm just trying to figure out how we will order this.
Oh, maybe do public comment now and
Yeah.
then switch it?
Is there a problem with that, since we have it as a time certain?
Yeah.
Do I have to keep it at 7:30?
No, I think you can take it earlier. The only issue would be if somebody shows up after and
And I
wildly
can make a
demands to
second
speak, you
call
could always
after.
take a second call.
Okay, because it sounds to me like we're going to be here quite a while on number 3. Okay, so is there any objection to reordering the agenda and taking making number 3 number 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we don't have any presentations, so we'll go to public communications, and I think we have 10 cards on that. This is a time where anybody who wishes to address the council on any topic not already on the agenda, and we'll hold you to the 3-minute time limit.
So Mayor, real quick, did we vote to approve the agenda after we made the change?
I said, without objection. Was there an
No,
objection?
I didn't hear that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I've got a bunch of cards here, so everybody understands that process. This is not a debate or a dialogue. You get a chance to let us know what's on your mind. If the council has a question or two to clarify what they thought they heard, they may ask that. Otherwise, I'll call a name and I'll call the person on deck. There's a chair down here in front. If you're in the back of the room, you can kind of move up to the front when I call your name. So, Andre Neal? Dre, are you out there?
Andrea, yeah.
Okay, come on down. And on deck is our librarian, Ron. Or if you're out there, come on down and have a chair.
Hi.
Hi.
Evening.
Thank you for listening to me. I'm Dr. Andre Neal, and I wanted to tell you something that our community's been working on that I'm really excited about. And I've been working on the Fire Safe Council, working on the community development plans for our future actions on fire safety. And I'm really excited about parts of it that talk about climate resiliency, especially with our school systems, in ways that allow them to be both climate resilient and make money for the school systems, and also create wet and safety zones around our city perimeter for fire. I'm also really excited about the environmental actions they've been taking, including things like grazings and grazings that don't take excess CO2 by having continuous grazing and having the animals go around the city. So I just wanted you guys to be aware of what we're doing, and that we'll be presenting to you later date on these things and how exciting they are. And they create a lot of solutions for our city on water, on climate resiliency, and also for our school systems and providing more monetary access for the schools and better situations for our children. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, yes.
Okay, Andrea, you shared a video with me today
Mm-hmm.
that, of a talk that you gave. Will you be posting that publicly?
I will,
Uh-huh.
yeah. So
Where are you going to post it?
I'll have it on YouTube, and we'll put it on the Fire Safety Council website and on Primary Water Resources website.
Okay. Can I post it on Facebook?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's what I'll do.
All
Okay.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Dre. Ron, what's happening at the library?
All righty.
Good
Thank you so
names.
much, members of council. I'm
Mark
Ron.
Whitman, you're on deck.
I'm Ron Solorsino, Regional Librarian for the Ojai Valley, and I just did want to give you an update on what we have going on here this November. So I want to start with this coming Saturday, November 16th, we're going to have Assistant Professor of Biology, Dr. Rudolph von May, who's going to be coming to give a talk on, natural history, amphibians, and biodiversity conservation in the Andes Amazon region. And Dr. Von May comes to us from CSU Channel Islands as part of the library lecture series that they put on. The next week, November 20th, which is a Wednesday, we're going to have Jill Swaim coming back to the Ojai Library to talk about Road Scholar, which is a lifelong learning organization for adults that organizes learning trips for people who are interested. They can come to that talk. And then on Friday, November 22nd, we're going to have author Robert Kerbeck, who's going to come to the library to do a signing and a talk about his new book called Malibu Burning, the real story behind LA's most destructive wildfire. I believe that's the 2018 fire. November 23rd, which is a Saturday, we're going to have Lori Moore coming to the library to give a talk called Uptown, Downtown, American Art for a New Century. And Miss Moore comes to us from the Santa Barbara Museum of Art through their docent program as a community speaker. And then the last fixed event I have here is on Saturday, November 30th, when we have Evan Graham Arango, who's going to come to the Ojai Library to speak about regenerative farming and his own garden project, which is called Ojai Roots. So just a lot going on, several things per week. And then as a final reminder, the Ventura County's mobile library continues to visit the Ojai Valley. They're actually going to the Montgomery Oaks family apartments every second and fourth Tuesday of the month from 3 to 5 p.m. So if you have any questions about any of these events or anything else relating to the library, don't hesitate to reach out. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Ron. Mark Whitman is up, and Chris Danch is on deck.
Good evening, members of council, Mr. Mayor, members of staff, law enforcement. I'm here, I'm Mark Whitman, architect, 111 West Topatopa Street. I'm here representing the Gables of Ojai tonight. I'm here seeking some clarification for a concept which was presented to the Planning Commission on October 2nd. The concept was for a CUP modification and lot line adjustment for the Gables to create 8 new single-family lots averaging in size from up around 13,000 square feet. This is on a vacant lot on North Olive Street, adjacent to the Gables as part of their CUP. The CUP currently allows for 26 new apartment units. Our proposal was to substitute the 26 units, which are currently allowed, in exchange for 8 single-family lots. Another component of the proposal is to adjust, there's a lot line adjustment to reconfigure the Gables 13 legal lots into 8 single-family lots and the remaining 5 lots for the Gables. This will allow us to avoid the Highway 33 moratorium on new lots being created in Ojai. We felt this proposal was a unique opportunity to create some much-needed new, moderately sized single-family parcels for families in the Ojai Valley. At the meeting on October 2nd, the Planning Commission was unanimously in disagreement with our proposal, and it was their feeling that the 26 units currently approved in the CUP should be built on the 2-acre vacant land adjacent to the Gables. My clients truly believe that the concept we presented was best for the neighborhood, the community, and Ojai, which took over, this concept took over 2 years to bring it to the Planning Commission for a conceptual hearing. The conceptual process was very lengthy and expensive for the Gables, and before my client goes forward with the time and expense of redesigning the project into a 26 apartments, we felt it was imperative that we receive City Council's confirmation that a 26 apartment building project is appropriate for this single-family neighborhood on North Olive Street. We feel very confident the neighbors to the project will appeal any project which is presented, and the City Council will be the ultimate decision maker. So in closing, we want to make sure that the City Council is in agreement with the Planning Commission's opinion. If there's any issues or input the City Council would like to add, we would request a concept hearing for this project before you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Chris, you're up, and Ray Powers, you're on deck.
Thank you. Good evening. I come here as the Executive Director of the Ojai Valley Fire Safe Council. I'm going to follow up briefly on the remarks that Dr. Neal made. We're working together on this comprehensive, holistic, community-driven, community-focused disaster fire risk mitigation strategy. We're doing this in recognition of the lessons learned in the Thomas Fire and the fire since, that communities themselves have to do much more to be better prepared, be able to better respond, and be better able to recover following a major wildfire or any other natural disaster event. So we are working on that. As part of that process, we have put on an online survey, which I took the liberty of putting out here, a little flyer for everybody that has a link and a QR code on it to take this survey. And I'm urging, obviously, the council, the residents of this area, to go online. For a community-driven plan, we need to know what the community thinks. That's going to be a big help to us. Already with the ones we've gotten in, we're surprised at the data that comes out of that. And having more and more of these is going to give us more and more usable data that we can use in designing this plan. So I urge people to do that. We have it, the link is also online on the Ojai Valley News homepage. Go there and take it. We'll be posting it on our own website, which we're ironically a little short on doing right now. But I urge them to do that because we need this feedback. And then, as Andrea announced, we will be making a presentation to the city about this, beginning with the Disaster Council next week.
Great.
So that will be more detailed about what's actually going on and what we're actually doing, and the large number of innovative approaches that we're taking in this plan. But right now, we need the community to respond. I will add the area that we're looking at extends all the way from like Foster Park and Casita Springs over to Steckel up to Rose Valley. It's a large area. But you know, obviously, majority of that is in the downtown area here, and obviously Myers Oaks and Oakview. But the more we get, the better off we can do in designing this plan. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
I'd like to urge everyone to take that survey. It's not that long. It's well designed. I did it. Really, it's worthwhile. Huh?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Ray, you're up, and Jack Weber.
Hello, Council. Ray Powers, City of Ojai. I sent you a letter regarding the potential closure of the Ojai Valley Organics site where so many people in Ojai go to get their mulch. Mulch is very, very important. Water and resiliency and the mulch being used in agriculture here is vital. The reason it's being closed is because of the risk of shot-hole borer beetle, which has been found in the valley, but other places as well. The agricultural commissioner, Ed Williams, doesn't want to give the CUP extension to the new owner that wants to take it over. I'm urging you to write a letter to Steve Bennett and to Ed Williams, asking them to seriously look at the consequences of closing the Ojai Valley Organic site. If the refuse, the green waste, doesn't go there, that means it goes down the hill or to Santa Paula. If that waste has the shot-hole borer beetle in it, then if it's not tarp, it's going to fly and infect other trees. Or once it's there, we've just moved the problem somewhere else in the county. So I urge you to write some letters. The CUP extension ends on December 1st. So if we look at, let's put it on an agenda item, it may be too late. Tomorrow, quite a few people, I believe, are going to the advisory committee to the Ag Commissioner. It's in Camarillo tomorrow morning.
That's council.
Thank you. I did not get that memo. Well, that's unfortunate. I don't know what to say about that. So this is a very time-sensitive issue. I just urge you to write some letters, get staff to do whatever they need to do with that, rather than waiting to put it on an agenda item.
Mayor Johnson, one just short correction.
Sure.
I actually had an opportunity to raise this issue with the Deputy Ag Commissioner today, and they claim the problem is as much planning department, county planning, as them. The actual the actual consideration of not providing the CUP extension is county planning. So I would urge the focus to not just be on the Ag Commissioner, but also on county planning.
On the Planning Commission?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I have a comment too? You know, Ray, I thought the issue here was the fact that the chipping size was 2-inch versus 1-inch.
And that they don't have a chipper on site.
And that, well, the company there does not have a chipper on site. They rotate that chipper too. They're expensive. They're $40,000-$50,000. I understand that.
They're
But I thought the
$1
issue-
million, yes.
But I thought the issue was the size of the chip.
Yes, but no, as far as I'm aware of, none of the green waste facilities have that $1 million chipper to take it down to
Yeah.
that size.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
Well, most of them double or triple chip. You can ask for that at the organic. You can
Right,
ask.
so then you're going into labor costs, and these places need to stay in the black, and, it's kind
Okay,
of a
we're going
vicious
into
circle.
a deliberation on an
I
item.
hear you.
I'm not
I
arguing
I
the point.
hear
What I'm
you,
saying is
Randy.
I'm
Yes.
stating a fact.
Yes.
And the fact is, Mayor, real quick, the cost of this recycled mulch,
Okay, but we're not debating it.
It's
If
cheap.
you have a question of Mr.
no, I don't.
Powers, yeah.
And so the last thing I want to say is, while I was there, because I went to a meeting there, I saw Ojai Unified School District truck pull up and leave their green waste there. Well, I think there's something like 352.
Are there any
or
other questions?
Three.
Otherwise, okay, Ray, we understand the request and the
Okay.
red light's on, so, good, thank you. Jack, you're up, and, how do I pronounce that?
Akiva Werbolowski.
Akiva, you're next. I usually botch that along with Ron's name, too.
Greetings,
Yeah.
council
Greetings, you're
members.
still around, I thought you moved.
I moved away from town, but I'm still around. Yeah, sorry to disappoint you. I'll keep coming. So tonight I have a sort of an overarching bomb to drop here in the kindest of ways. So we're late to many crises. We're late to the pollution crisis, to the pesticide crisis, the injustice crisis, the ecocide crisis, and of course, the climate crisis. We're late on every front for which each alone could destroy all we hold dear. Emergency speed is not being sufficiently met on enough fronts here in Ojai. We are not yet acting as though the house is on fire. But what needs to happen is not going to happen, which is why we are failing to keep pace with collapse. So here's what needs to happen over the next few years. We need to stop driving private cars, except for emergencies. Unnecessary commerce needs to cease. The thousands of big diesel trucks terrorizing our roads need to retire. We must stop road work and adding ad nauseum to urban infrastructure that only perpetuates more fossil fuel use. We must ban fragrance products and stop making so much damn noise so we can create a saner culture. We must begin to plant massive amounts of trees and food and become a self-sustaining village. You might find this all a bit laughable, but I assure you, wait 2, 5, 10 years, and collapse will be forced upon all of us, and we'll all wish we had the luxury of making really hard, crazy changes some time ago. That time is now. We are in out-of-the-box extreme desperation to save life on planet Earth. Total transformation is needed. These changes we need to make are so far-reaching, they make the question to ban or regulate pesticides, 2- and 4-stroke motors, gas appliances, all child's play. Demise and collapse are staring us in the face. They will be our fate unless we initiate a miracle. That miracle could be Ojai, showing the world what needs to be done. The time to get radical is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Akiva? Joyce, yeah, happy fingers, but no, we don't applaud or boo our fellow citizens. Come on down. Joyce, you're on deck. McWilliams?
Thank you, Mayor. Akiva Werbolowski. And if you could see on the card, I wrote it out phonetically, like you would find in the dictionary with the little accent marks over the...
I never do that either, Akiva. But yeah.
But
yeah, you did. That's
practice
very good.
makes perfect.
Yeah, see.
And until the things that I care about are accomplished, you might hear my name a lot. But after that, you can be free of me, hopefully. So thank you again. This is the second time that I am requesting to be designated at least the interim Ojai Community Demonstration Garden Coordinator. One of the important things to know is I requested this 2 months ago, thinking there's plenty of time before rainy season kicks in. Now, this is full moon right now, and I'm experiencing pretty much the best weather again that I really can come up with of my personal preferences. And I am going to acknowledge that's what's happening in this room has so many community positive connections that even though I
address the council.
Well, I just wanted to confirm as I look at so many people that I've had decades of positive experience with, including the Mayor Pro Tem Francina, or the notorious MTP, as she is now known.
MTP, what is that?
So just because so many people have asked me, hey, we hear you're going to be involved in the community demonstration garden again, I have to tell them I haven't heard anything yet. And fortunately, today I confirmed, after a long delayed meeting with Mayor Pro Tem Francina and your very helpful communication coordinator, Luis Gomez, that there has been no coordination of anything happening in the demonstration garden for almost half a year now, and that in June you decided to have an ad hoc committee with what seems to be very qualified council members. So because of the timing and the incredible benefits that come from harvesting rainwater and preparing well before rains, I ask that you expedite, no questions asked, this opportunity for me to perform the type of community service that I've been doing for over 30 years, 25 years off and on in Ojai.
Okay.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Right. Joyce McWilliams, you're up, and John Biggs, you're on deck. Do a follow-up on that?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Okay. I'm Joyce McWilliams, and I've lived in Ojai since 1969. And we were concerned then about the increase in traffic in Ojai. We didn't have as many housing developments at that time, but it increased. By 1976, we had a plethora of realtors here selling realty and people coming up and buying property, whatever. So then the traffic did increase. But not to the extent that it is now. So I went away then in 1979 to Chicago, came back in 86. I could not believe the amount of building that took place in this valley. I think every piece of property that could possibly be usable was developed, which means that there are 2 cars for every home or 3 cars for every home, plus services that those buildings need to live here, and no affordable housing. So I have been very concerned about this. And I'm mostly concerned since our fire seasons have become more dangerous, and we're taking the lanes off by the Nordhoff High School. There are 2 lanes that are going to be eliminated on each side. And also because of the parking on our main road up by the arcade on Main Street, on Ojai Avenue, which will be eliminated to put trees there. Now I'm wondering, I go in the mornings early into town, and I hardly can find a parking space. So I'm just wondering what's going to happen to all these people who need the parking. Are you going to build a parking facility or what? I'm really concerned because I love the valley, and I came back after 7 years in Chicago, and I enjoyed Chicago, but I certainly didn't enjoy the weather. So I'm here now, and I'm still concerned about the problem of not having affordable housing and what's happening to our traffic coming from the city of Ojai to Ventura. I see the increase when I'm coming from Ventura to Ojai, and later at night coming from Ojai to Ventura. And I'm wondering what all these cars are coming from at 10 o'clock in the evening or 11 o'clock in the evening. Are they coming from Santa Paula? Where? Where is all the traffic coming from? I'm just concerned about the amount of traffic and where it's coming from and what we're going to do about it. I don't know what we can do about it. I don't know. There's no way to widen the roads. So it's a big concern, particularly because of the fire, and this is the fire season. And I'm concerned about taking those lanes out. I mean, I'm wondering what's going to happen to Maricopa Highway when people need to get out of there. I mean, and Oakview will need to get down to Ventura. We only have 3 exits or 4 exits out of the city. So I really hope that we can resolve this problem, and I feel a lot better and more comfortable living here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. John Biggs and Nick, you're on deck.
I'm John Biggs. I'm a resident of Ojai since 2001. And I'm just coming on one item here. I heard that there's a plan to get rid of the parking places in front of the arcade and make it a walk-through or a mall kind of thing where you can walk across without any problem. I just want to say, I heard that, and I don't know how far along it is and how strong a movement it is, but I'm against it. And I just wanted to express that opinion. Could I ask you the question, is it still being considered?
Should we answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Council directed certain things with the ATP grant, which is funding this thing, and one of them was not to take parking out of the arcade for landscaping.
Oh,
We
good.
directed a change in that parameter at the council level.
Oh, good, thank you.
That's one detail.
Okay, yeah, and as a general comment, we have an item on the agenda, I think tonight, the general plan. The general plan update, which is way overdue, will address the transportation, the parking, the land use elements of the plan, all of which will then give us a roadmap for, no pun intended, but for dealing with the traffic, the parking, and the future development of the valley. Nick, you're up, and I've got, before you get started here, Nick, I've got 2 cards, and they wanted to address something on the consent calendar, but since we don't, usually, unless we pull the items, your opportunity will be as part of public comment. So I'll call on you, and you can tell us whatever it is you want to say about the consent calendar. Nick, yeah, and is it Stacy? Is there a Stacy out there?
Aren't you?
I think she meant to speak on item 3.
Okay, and Steve Sprinkle are the two cards I have, so, okay, Nick, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor Johnston. My name's Nick Ojai. I'm a local architect, but I'm not here to talk about buildings. I'm here to talk about people. I had a email this afternoon from a spray company, and because spray doesn't understand city limits or property lines, it goes around, right? I got a very interesting thing. They were going to spray tomorrow morning over my backyard fence in my neighbor's property with something called Entrust.
Entrust?
SC Naturalite insect spray. And so I now have to do the research to find out what really is Entrust SC Naturalite. It's called organic even, although we know that word can be used pretty loosely these days. It's just one of several sprays that have occurred, partly in Jim Churchill's Tangerine Ranch on the other side of the road, opposite us, and around. In any case, I only know that my wife's health has been affected the last 3 or 4 months particularly, and it has to be something to do with the spraying that's been going around. Although I'm 3 miles plus east of the city limits, it could reach the city easily, particularly in the morning where the air moves down the ravines towards the town from where I am. So I would say that it's time, and you've heard the word more and more, it's time to help, and anything the city council can do will be most appreciated, to wake up the people, and particularly the agricultural community, to the need to transfer to regenerative farming.
Okay.
There's plenty of opportunity to find out how we can make this valley work without any spraying at all, just by regenerating the earth.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Mayor.
Okay.
Nick, are you aware this is on the agenda?
Well,
Yes, but
Okay, that's all.
yeah, he's a Sooner.
I was inspired. I was inspired by what I saw last night, which was the Presidential Conference on Environmental Justice.
Yeah, okay. So fine, thank you, Nick. Okay, so that is going to be our segue. We've got a very, the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? If not, if there's no objection, so ordered. Okay, this brings us to the first discussion topic, which is number 3. We're moving that ahead of number 2, and it is the proposed letter to the Ventura County Board of Supervisors. I've got these 2 other cards that are going to get fit in with this, and this is going to be a little bit of a, I think, a little chaos if we. From what I see all these smiling faces out there, plus people who met with me before the meeting, and we were trying to find a way to streamline it, but it would appear we have one or two shots at streamlining, and then we're going to be here for quite a while, in which case I'm going to ask the clerk to try to keep remarks at 2 minutes rather than the 3. After a few speakers, I'm going to call on one individual to kick it off, and anybody who wants to say ditto or I totally disagree with the last speaker, that's encouraged rather than giving the same talk. So, good heavens, how many do we have?
27.
27, and still can't. Okay, Mr. City Manager, do you want to introduce this and then?
Yeah, just very briefly, it's this is the third draft of this letter. We did a version on September 10th and another one on October 8th. Each time we've discussed at council and with public input, and we've revised the letter. So the version before you is our third draft edit. At the last meeting, council discussed possibly asking for additional requests. And so we've come up with some additional requests rather than just the notice window, which include things like the creation of a subcommittee of the Agricultural Policy Advisory Committee, an enhanced public notice process, and education and outreach and best practice development. And that's the draft letter before you.
Okay, when I say that this may be a little confusing tonight, I believe from a conversation with Mayor Pro Tem that there's going to be a request for a temporary postponement to a time certain for the December meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
So in which case, then there would be another full discussion about, assuming the council decides to postpone this for a couple of weeks. I think, does the council have any questions of staff? If not, I'm going to call on Josh Tickle to come up and give us a brief overview of what the ask was. This whole issue has become a little complicated. So think you can do that in 5 minutes, and then we'll see whether or not that streamlines anything, and if not, we'll start the discussion.
Great, thank you. City Council, good evening. Thanks for opening this conversation. I know that this is, on some level, a contentious conversation due to the fact that we have two very different groups of people that have a concern over pesticide spraying in this valley. I find myself in a very unusual position in that I've worked for conventional agriculture on and off for 20 years. I worked for the largest soy grower association in America, as well as the largest corn grower association in America, in and out of Washington, D.C., working with them on policy as well as farmer initiatives. So from my perspective and the perspective of my wife, who has worked alongside of me in many of these issues, our passion is farming. We love growing. We love growers, we love farmers, and we want to see all of the farmers in this valley succeed. We also have two very young children, one at 2.5 years and one at 5 years, both of whom were born in Ojai. And we run a business here. We employ many people and feed a lot of families in Ojai. So our interest in this subject, and this is from a personal level, and then I'll speak macro very generally, our interest is twofold. One is keeping the growers in this valley in business, not just for 5 or 10 years, which many will tell you off the record is the length that they see their ability to grow citrus in this valley. Due to higher land prices, changing climate, water restrictions, the dynamics of the market, these people who provide a valuable economic service see an end in sight in a very short period of time for their enterprise. I think that's a shame. I think that there's a way to do that growing in a way that actually regenerates the valley. It regenerates our soil, it regenerates our air, it actually increases the value of living here in Ojai. We've seen it done in many parts of the world. We've seen it done in Ojai. We know there are several growers here growing on large orchards that use organic methods to control things like the ACP, the Asian citrus psyllid. The second piece of my concern is our children. My wife and I live in a small 5-acre little ranch, and we were sprayed one weekend with something called abamectin. It's one of the common pesticides used here. It's a neurotoxin. It's recommended by the UC system for the control of ACP. Now, ACP has been around since 1919. It's been around for 100 years. So it's not a new bug. It didn't appear yesterday. It's in every citrus growing region of the world, with the exception of Australia and maybe the Mediterranean. So we have been successfully, as a culture and a society, controlling this bug organically for the better part of the 100 years, with the exception of some experiments, among them DDT, and we know how that worked out. So when the aerial spraying happened on our property, my children got sick. And as you see, hopefully you all got a copy of my book, Kiss the Ground. That's a book that took 7 years to write with a lot of scientists. When our kids got sick, people started coming to us and they said, well, you've been involved in agriculture, you've seen regeneration. What are we going to do in our community? My child got sick after we were sprayed. My dog died after, abamectin was sprayed on the East
Josh,
End.
I'm going to interrupt you and say that the reason I wanted you to speak first was if you were going to identify I would call the two asks of the council.
Let me identify that right now.
Okay.
Let me get right to it.
So that we can save everybody, and
Sure.
if everybody wants
Yeah.
to stay and discuss it, then we can
Fair enough.
continue. I don't want to disadvantage anyone in the audience who feels they would like to give a rebuttal to whatever is being presented, okay?
Not at all. I
Okay,
think
got it.
that's prudent to get right to it.
Okay.
So the asks are very simple. Monterey County has an advance notice protocol. It's countywide. It gives 72 hours notice to people of a warning or hazard label spraying in anywhere in that county. It's a text system. It's easier than using Facebook, far easier than Instagram. It's literally grower or farmer sends a text to the system texts the people who are signed up. That's it. So the first ask is that Ojai, as a city council, as a city, in the interest of doing the precautionary principle, the least damaging thing first, that we implore our county agriculture commissioner and county agriculture staff to adopt a policy like Monterey County, where we have advance notice. Very simple. We know how the policy works. It's instituted. A facsimile can be done substituting the word Ventura County for Monterey County.
Okay, that's one.
So that's the ask of the letter. Period.
Ask of the letter.
And somehow that letter got a little convoluted, and but essentially that's the purpose of the letter, precautionary principle. The second request is we circulated a petition that's currently online at regenerateojai.com. 500 people have signed that petition. More sign it every single day. And the petition simply asks for the city of Ojai, inside the 4 square mile city limits, to use no dangerous pesticides or herbicides or fungicides or insecticides, meaning no category 1 and only organic on city property. Okay, so that would be nothing to do with private land, nothing to do with private landowners, only the city itself, only city property. The petition also asks for a 72-hour notification inside the city limits if such category 1 or danger warning label pesticides were going to be sprayed. And the final request of the petition is a working group be established with citizens and growers together to look at how we can build the soil of this valley together. Because soil is really the basis for all the health. And if we have healthy trees, it turns out we don't need to spray nearly as many chemicals.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Council.
Okay, so my understanding is what the effort that has been made thus far is to put a request into the County of Ventura to build on the Monterey County notification system to give people advance notice so that if they want to make a choice to get out of the way on a day of spraying, that they have that option. Okay, that's one. I don't know how that fits in here. The other is that we as a city restrict the kinds of chemicals we use to the degree that's practical. I don't know what that all will end up meaning, but I don't see us creating that here tonight. So, Susie,
Yeah, I just want to clarify the second request is that we adopt an earth-friendly management policy similar to a city like Malibu. And I have that policy that I'll distribute to the council, and if the council approves, we'll come back with that at the next meeting.
So,
as well as a revised letter that we still have, the council still
okay, in
has to
the
discuss.
interest of everybody's time and expediting, your motion would be to postpone this topic and to ask, or you working with staff to come back with the recrafted or the more focused letter to the Board of Supervisors and the resolution of whatever to be what you
Yeah,
call
but
it,
I think we need to discuss that. I think in fairness, I'd like to hear from Councilmember Haney.
Well,
but,
yeah, we will. I'm just trying to be sure everybody understands what we're going to do here tonight, because I've got a bunch of cards here, and they all are entitled in our democracy to chat with us. So they need to know what we're going to chat about.
We've now seen 3 drafts of the letter. Tonight was the 3rd one, and I will be requesting that we go back to the letter that was before us on October the 8th, with a little bit, just some additional language referring to the notification process that they have in Monterey. And I'll see if Councilmember Haney would like to be on a committee with myself and the 2 other people who helped draft the October 8th letter.
So rather than debating the merits of it in advance,
well,
or the method, I understand what you're saying. Before us is
We're doing our best.
Is the letter, and I guess this is not the first time, the second time or the third time, I guess, that we go back a little bit to the drawing board. But are you going to, if you make a motion to that effect, we'll see whether or not we need to keep take everybody's time up tonight.
Well,
or would you rather?
No, I think we should follow the normal process.
Well, the normal process is a motion, so maybe Randy would like to make a motion to adopt his letter then.
Okay, my motion, if I need to make a motion, would be that we go back and take another, council needs to, I want to know how the other council members feel. And then I will make a motion to go back to the previous letter.
Okay, I was only attempting to expedite for clarity. The action before us, if we have a motion, is a draft letter that a couple members of the council have made an effort to. Would you like to move to do that, or do you want to move to
Well,
postpone
I would move that we send this letter as written.
Okay.
And I can clarify any parts of it, because some of the things that Josh asked for are in this letter. And again, I think we need to clarify the discussion, because there's 2 things going on. One is the original letter, the adopted letter, and then the 3rd letter here. And then the other ask is regarding Ojai and separately regarding pesticides.
Right.
So that's on my list for a request for future agenda items at the end of the meeting. So I think we need to separate the 2.
Yes.
Right.
And I think the other thing that we can do is we can send this letter off, and based on the information that I've gathered by meeting with all of these individuals, there's another letter that's worth sending. And trying to get a joint letter with the school board at the same time, because a lot of the impacts of this spraying has to do with the elementary, the junior high, and the high schools and daycare centers in this valley, which were brought to my attention by Josh and his wife, Rebecca. So I think there's more to be added. But I think the original letter was an ask for 72 hours. That is in this letter. That is in this letter. The ask that Josh asked, that we get the farm community and the residential community and all the other bodies, that's in this letter. So everything that was brought up has been identified and has been inserted in this letter. And I still think that we can come back and do more. That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying we do that in the December meeting.
Mayor?
In order for us to have some structure for all these good people who've turned out tonight, they need to know what they're responding to, other than just if they want to do as Nick did and point out, Nick and Josh both pointed out the concern that the community has with pesticides.
Mayor, I think it's just fair to, I want to explain why I can't support the letter. And that is because it feels to me like you're handing what we're asking for over to the county. And I want Ojai to take a stand. I feel like you're handing it over to a powerless committee that already thinks that they're doing best practices.
Well, I think we're debating the issue here, Mayor, so I think what we need to do is end the discussion and you make a decision.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second to the motion to send the letter as written?
Yes. Oh, that's the motion?
Yeah, I believe so.
Right, that would be my motion.
Bill, and then
No, I have some issues with the letter.
Okay, so if we don't do that and we don't postpone it, then it's time to open it up to see what all our friends and neighbors have to say. So what's the
Well,
council's
I
pleasure?
can make a motion that, do you want, if you want, if this is the time for me to make a motion, I'm
Or at
ready.
least state what the council
Okay.
intends to do. If we're
All
going to
right,
take
my-
action tonight, that's
my-
one thing. If we're not,
My intention is to make a motion to postpone once more and draft a proper letter, a collaborate,
different letter,
a
not-
different letter, using as the basis the November 8th letter, which I thought was perfectly fine, but with some additional language to clarify what we want and to draw attention to the notification process that is in Monterey. Basically the same,
okay, so,
same letter.
so your motion would simply be to.
And to postpone,
Yeah, to postpone the
Postpone,
matter
yeah.
to the next meeting.
rather than send a letter that
Okay,
I feel
so-
is weak.
And I will second that, but I would like an opportunity to explain why,
Yeah, okay, well, and,
when appropriate.
yeah.
Does this close the discussion?
No, we're trying to get there. If this motion were to pass, then that hopefully would change the number, or the testimony from
we'll
tonight
still
to,
take-
to the next meeting. On the other hand, everybody who came tonight and who submitted a card has the right to get up and tell us what they think.
And I'd be
But-
happy to postpone my reasons until after we hear from everyone.
Okay, so everybody understands what is likely to be the direction tonight? And if that's true, okay, that's, no?
No, I don't. Why are we here? You've already made up your mind.
No, we
No, we have
No.
not.
No.
Well, do you want it to speak tonight or not? Because if it gets postponed, you'll get a chance next week. If it doesn't get postponed, should we have an action on the postponement and see whether or not it's going to be postponed?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Let's hear from the public.
Crickets.
Let's
Yeah.
hear from
No,
the public.
I'll tell you what, why don't we have the motion, see what the council, because Jim makes a good point. If we've already made up our mind, then some people will make a different decision as to how much time, quality time they want to spend with us tonight. But that doesn't mean we won't still hear from all the people.
Okay,
Okay?
well, that's why I didn't want to make a motion yet. I wanted to hear from the public.
Okay, well then.
So, let's hear from the public.
Okay,
So,
Randy.
again, we have two issues here before us that were in the ask by
Yeah,
Josh.
right.
Two different issues. Okay? I think what's on the agenda is this letter.
Right.
Yes.
It's only
Now-
one of them, yeah.
Now, along with this letter,
Is your mic on?
I'm sorry. Along with this letter, there can be an addendum to it. For instance, if this Monterey policy is important, we can ask to have that as an additional bullet point. I have no problem with that. So if you want to amend the letter as is, maybe that's the way to go. The second thing would be to ask Councilman Wyrick what his asks are to this letter and get a clarification of that. If it can't be added on as an addendum to this, so we add 2 more bullet points or 3 more. I'm just saying we have put this off for 6 weeks now. Coming back in December to talk about pesticide usage in the valley, in the city limits itself is a different issue. So we can't conflate the two.
Correct.
So I'd be open for this letter being adjusted, if that's the right word for it, if it can be done, with 1 or 2 or 3 sentences. But if we're gonna go back and rewrite this after spending all this time on it, I'd have a difficult time voting for that.
I know how you, may respond, please. I know how you feel because I put in a lot of effort to deliver a very slightly revised letter a month ago. We did it within 2 weeks. You had 2 council meetings, so the reason this is taking so long is not on us, it's on you. Okay, so it's unfair.
Let's
Well, it's
not make it-
unfair.
No,
It's-
that's
It's
not- yes.
unfair for him
No,
to say
Susan,
6
let's not be
weeks.
judging what's fair and not fair. We have a
Okay.
motion. We have a motion that has a
Right.
letter. If we want to go ahead and send the letter and hear from everybody tonight, that's fine. If we don't want to send the letter and we're going to continue it, I just don't want all these good people to sit around waiting to comment on something that will be different in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Does anybody, what?
publicly
The letter's has already been published.
And there's a copy in the lobby in the packet.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not what we're.
Mayor, since how we have not opened the floor to
Right, go
public, can we allow Councilman Wyrick to interject some
But I'm
some
just sort of-
views real quick, and then we'll go, and if you have any also.
My comment's kind of a point of order. Usually we hear from the public before we deliberate,
Yeah.
and we're deliberating before we hear from the public.
Right, and the reason for that is if it's going to be postponed, okay, I think I'm about to the conclusion that there's no way to expedite this. Nobody feels like they want to declare themselves, okay, that. Okay, Josh set the table. Rebecca, come on up.
I gave my time, Josh took my time.
Okay, great, thank you. Akiba, you're back. Different topic?
Thank you.
Oh, there he is, okay. And,
Akiva.
yeah,
Oh, that's Eliza Moses.
okay. Okay, Akiva, you're up, and Eliza, you're.
Called Eliza.
Eliza is
Okay,
after
2 minutes.
Akiva.
First.
2 minutes, so, you have 2 minutes, and then we have Eliza, and then we'll work our way through. Anybody who wants to pass on their opportunity may do so. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think I should get the full 2 minutes because 15 seconds went by before I. Thank
And
you.
you're wasting another 15, so
I
keep
am
going.
not wasting anything, Mayor. Thank you. Because it's important for somebody to say this. In this day and age, especially in the Ojai Valley, we have 98% really good lives. But as biological beings, most people are focused on the 2% that might be threats. And this particular issue is significant in the community. It touches upon a lot of important things: commerce, health, education, everything. What I'm saying is what we say in permaculture. The problem is the solution. When we come together as a community that was hardened and strengthened in horrific fires 2 years ago, we're going to be experiencing a community super bloom that is going to bring the healthiest, most positive people who care about these issues to the Ojai Valley to learn from us without their personal automobiles. Because the plan is already put together that will
Okay,
work.
the topic we're discussing is whether to send a letter to the Board of Supervisors.
I'm saying pull back your Google Earth and realize the specific wording of the letter is less important than the realization that we're all on the same team here.
Okay.
We want a healthy, vibrant, horticulturally rich, and if you want to use the overplayed term, regenerative community where we have jobs for the young people who grow up here and comfortable retirements for most everybody else.
Okay, so you're good with the letter, and just get it sent, right? Thank you.
That is not what I said, Mayor. I
okay,
addressed
then
the subject without using a dualistic yes or no
Okay, good,
on
yeah.
these particular wordings. I
Okay.
think every one of you who has
Okay, yeah,
spoken
thank
makes
you, Akiva.
sense.
Yeah, right.
Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
That's why you should have had Eliza first.
Yeah, I'll remember that next time. Okay, Eliza, and Ray Powers on deck.
It's out of
Hi,
control.
everyone.
Let's just be happy.
My name is Eliza Moses. I'm going to try to condense this. So basically, I thought there were two things on the table: was the letter, and then also some air quality testing proposals. I was under the impression there was some of that, so I'm just going to read as briefly as I can. There's two things I'm concerned about. One is transparency, and one is safety. So I do feel that we need to know what's being sprayed. I'm definitely here to ask you guys to vote on requiring growers to spray pesticides to notify residents within half a mile of their property 3 days prior to application. I'm not in favor of sending the letter as is. If it has to be one of the versions, I would ask to vote for October 8th, but I would prefer a new one as drafted. So that would be my comment on that. The other issue that I'm very concerned about is I do request that the city require some ongoing regular third-party safety studies. I believe on the table today it was suggested to have some air quality monitoring test sites on school grounds and in nearby residential areas. I know there's not a vote in it, but I'm just going to put my ask. I think that this isn't enough. I think that we absolutely need to test air quality around schools and in residential areas. I also think that we need to test the soil and dirt on school grounds and in residential backyards days and weeks after spraying. Once it leaves the air, where does it go? I think it's more than fair to test the soil, the dust, the earth, whatever you call it, on the basketball court or the fields that kicks up dust in the air when the kids run on it. Test the sand on the Monica Ross playground. Let's see what's really...
You're in support of sending a letter, but the one closer to the October 8th draft rather than the one that's on our agenda tonight. Is that correct?
I am in support of either the 8th letter, the October 8th letter, or a new one. But I'm also asking and in support of looking at implementing some safety regulations.
Okay, that goes beyond the topic right
Okay,
now, but you'll be welcome to come back and we will...
Okay, I'll definitely come back.
Okay.
I'm very concerned about this situation.
Okay, thank you very much. Jim Finch and Larry Rose on deck. Welcome, Jim.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jim Finch. I am one of the East End growers. I would like to give some facts out. I had scratched out a speech, but it's been changing as the evening has gone. I too would favor air quality monitoring. I think facts will prove us out on that we are applying pesticides safely. I finished a treatment this last week, the treatment that's mandated by the CDFA to take care of ACP. I was out there every day amongst it, watching it, video recording it, or taking pictures of it. San Antonio and I had several conversations. The Ag Commissioner was notified on multiple occasions. They came out on 3. It was reported to San Antonio that I was shut down due to wind. I was never shut down on my application. They did stop, as they do on an inspection, that the applicator has to stop, has to talk to the inspector. There's a conversation that goes on. They resumed. We do shut down when the wind came up. I would ask that you look into what's going on in Monterey County. I have several friends in Monterey County. I question them. I don't have any friends or contacts in the Monterey Ag Commissioner, but I question the growers up there. They know nothing of a program in Monterey County, per se. This is more on the Salinas side, not in at the city. Maybe it's more around the city. This is in Salinas. And finally, I also farm in Piru, where the people are very thankful that I am planting citrus near Piru because it will cut down on the dust. They have been inundated with the dust over the last 12 years when we've been doing row crops, and they are tired of the dust. I have other things to say, but my time is up. Thank you. Send the letter. It's fine by me.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Larry and...
Thank you, Council. I'm Larry Rose from Miramonte area. I started my citrus career in Ojai and spraying weed oil in the 60s, and I continued throughout till I retired. I had the opportunity to travel, and I want to try to communicate to you the severity of this disease. In China, a village I visited that used to be the center of their industry was abandoned. But along the wall that led into the village, in letters the size of my arm, it said, "Remove the dead tree, remove the sick tree, or you'll regret it for 1,000 years." The whole southern regions, whole provinces in China have been abandoned, and they're re-establishing the citrus into the center of the nation there. Florida reacted way too slowly. They didn't think they had the disease in the state when they, after Hurricane Hugo brought in the vector, they quickly realized they did have the disease, but it spread so rapidly that indeed we will see the extinction of citrus in Florida. This isn't the first time Ojai has experienced something like this. From the 30s through the 60s, most of the citrus trees in Ojai died from a virus called tristeza that quickly spread out of Brazil and ruined citrus worldwide until, with intense research, they developed resistance in the plant. And now all these trees in Ojai have tristeza virus, but they don't die from it. And that's what we're looking for, this short little window to keep this pest at bay until the literally tens of millions of dollars that are being spent from Florida throughout the world on finding an element of resistance here that can be a solution to this problem.
Okay, are you in favor of the sending the letter as submitted?
I was leaning both ways until Mr. Haney said, we took everything and threw it in there. That's inane. I'm saying.
Okay, so you're not in favor.
I'm not in favor of it
Gotta
because
push
it
you, Larry, 'cause
reflects.
there's a whole bunch of folks here want to, if that's what you.
I still have some time, sir.
Well, actually, you don't. The red light is
It
on.
reflects the lack of knowledge or lack of attention among yourselves and staff, that you don't recognize that the regulations that we have are the most stringent in the world,
No,
and people are jealous of that.
Okay, so but you think the letter should not worth sending? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
it's
Okay.
like it's a stab at a mishmash of problems.
Okay, James Smallwood, and I've got an Albert Stroberg on deck.
Oh, good.
Okay. James first, and then Albert. Are you James?
Yes, James
Welcome,
Smallwood,
James.
Mayor. Thank you. 20 years ago, I started a company to treat saline groundwater, and we have technology. We can grow food with ocean water. We also developed an electrostatic unit for sprayers, for conventional spray rigs. So I've been working with farmers for about the last 20 years. And I actually offered one of these units to a grower here locally for free. To kind of eliminate the drift and all that. But anyway, I want to get to the IPM thing. Obviously, we live in a closed system. What we're doing is not sustainable. The statistics are there's 1 billion pounds of pesticides are used in the United States every year, 6 billion in the world globally. 90% of our streams are contaminated with pesticides, 50% of our wells. 17,000 pesticides are registered with the EPA, and some of those are conditional registrations. In other words, they don't know everything about the pesticide. In 2000, I started the Wilderness Youth Project with Warren Brush in Santa Barbara. That we just had our 20-year anniversary recently. And in 2002, with Julie and Rick Schloss, we started the Pesticide Awareness Coalition because their daughter was sickened and almost died from the neighbor's use of Roundup or whatever it was next door. The point is that the EPA doesn't test anything. All they do is provide a label.
Okay. So are you in favor of sending the letter as proposed?
Well, I'd like to just, I haven't seen the content of the letter, Your Mayor.
Okay, well, see, this is the problem. This is not you, James. The difficulty we have is the subject that's on the agenda was to send a letter, and the letter was crafted and published as to what is proposed.
I think there's more information. Yeah, I'm not in favor of sending it yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, okay.
I mean,
So-
I think more public comment needs to be made and a little more review, at least for the next couple of weeks, and then that would be my
Okay.
my preference.
Mayor, I want to say something to the speaker. You sent the council an excellent alternative to using pesticide, I believe. I just want to make sure council knows that we received your letter.
We did.
And
Okay.
I'd like to know if I can make that, share that with other people.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
You okay with that?
You
Yes,
can share
please,
it.
yeah.
Share it broadly?
because it's a
Sure.
very informative
Okay.
proposal. Thank you.
Well, we formed a working group in Santa Barbara in 2002.
James, I don't want to get in trouble because
Okay.
Yeah, you're already there. It's not helping, guys. James has made his point clearly that he thinks
Mayor,
it's
can I have
too.
one question, though? It's just simple. Jim, what did the electrostatic sprayer cost?
It's about $2,000.
That's all.
It replaces an electrostatic spray rig, which is about $60,000.
Understand
So it'll
that.
go on any conventional sprayer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, fine,
So-
thank you.
And maybe come back next time
Enough,
it's on the
Susan,
agenda.
please.
Okay.
I know.
Oh, for the IPM?
Yeah, therapists refer
Yeah.
to this as boundaries. The subject before us is whether or not to send the letter as proposed, or whether we
Sure.
delay this for 2 weeks, or whatever, I guess,
Yeah.
to the first meeting in December. And so I'm going to put you down for yes on delaying.
Because I have Santa Barbara's IPM program I'd like to offer.
Okay, and then we'll all have a chance to talk again later when, if it comes back, or tonight, we'll go ahead and.
Mayor, I want to make a very important point, Mayor. Rather than using acronyms, because not everyone understands what IPM is, Integrated Pest Management, I believe. So rather than using an acronym, at least spell it out once. Thank you.
Okay.
To the speakers.
Is this Albert?
My turn? Can you hear me? Okay, my name is Al Stroberg. I live in the East End, not in the city, but obviously
Right.
what you do affects me.
Absolutely.
And probably vice versa.
Thank you for coming down.
And I think we're arguing over sentence structure and sentences here, and I think you need to address the basic idea. And while I have read the substantial effort you've put into this, about the rules and regulations and goes on, I saw very little, almost nothing of the science, nor of the cost and benefits of this whole idea. If you look at the science or the benefit part, we think it's going to be health. Look at Ventura County Health Agency, our guys. Ventura County's been watching this forever. Out of the 58 counties in California, we're number 7 in health, best overall health. 2 years ago, we were number 9. We're actually getting better. We can't identify, the only thing that I've identified as a real health problem in Ventura County is obesity. There's 2 other tumors that they have found which have nothing to do with pesticides or anything else we know of. The lack of information here is really impressive. So, in other words, on one hand, we're probably not going to see any health benefit. There's no identifiable benefit out of this. And on the other hand, the cost of losing a citrus industry out here is going to be huge, is monster. And so I think you need to, basically, it's going to be infinite because we're dividing by 0. So I would not even send the letter at all.
Okay, thank you, Albert. Mike Shore and Valerie Simonson next up.
My name is Mike Shore. I have 78 acres in the East End that we farm. That's my livelihood. It's what we do. You hear a lot about, and they're very limited crops. We raise citrus and avocados. You hear the term regenerative agriculture thrown around, and it, unfortunately, with what we do, it doesn't work. We have to spray, and we spray, just like Al was saying. We use the best science there is, and we're all educated people. And anyway, I'd just like to say that, and I feel that farming is a vital part of what makes Ojai, Ojai. I mean, you think of orange groves, orange blossoms in the spring, and that's what we provide. And I provided a nice fire break
in the Thomas fire. So I just want you to know that farming is here, it's real, but we can't have the use of pesticides taken away from us. It's vital. And I think some have tried to explain what the ACP is and the HLB. This is this disease, HLB, Wang Long Bing. And it's a disaster if you have it. Brazil has it, Florida has it, China has it, and it really makes things rough. And as it is, we were required to spray by the Department of Agriculture.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
I hope you listen carefully to everything that you hear here.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, Valerie, you're up, and Samantha Garrison is on deck.
Aloha. I'm Dr. Valerie Simonson. I'm a specialist in integrative medicine as well as environmental medicine. So I want you to see I've got 2 bottles of water here. One's been tested and one hasn't. And here is the testing that proves that it's safe to, one of these is safe to drink and one isn't, or perhaps isn't. I want you to just think about how many people you know that have cancer or ALS. ALS is the big one right now. So we know that these waters have been tested. Which one do you want to drink from? The one that's tested or the one that's not? Pesticides have been proven to cause cancer, have been proven to cause ALS. Now, those are just 2 of the diseases that they do cause, or can cause. What's the price? An average person with cancer has $150,000 a year. For ALS, $175,000 a year. The little girl that I treated that got eye cancer and died, they were spraying next to the school. I'll tell you what, there's no price on that one. She's gone. So we have an urgency here. And I don't know about all those other letters that you've written, but I do know you got to get on it. Which water do you want to drink?
Is that your...
I haven't even been able to see the other letters that you wrote on the 8th, but I know that if you keep on putting it off, things are going to happen. And you need to monitor, just like the water. The air needs to be monitored. There are safer chemicals to use. And going back to biodynamics, when a tree is sick, you don't fix the tree, you fix the soil, right? So doing that.
Thank you. Okay, Samantha, you're next. And the discussion tonight is not about the regulation of pesticides. We have no authority for any of that, and we don't encourage it within the city. The whole question is whether or not we send a letter as drafted to the Board of Supervisors asking for more information and transparency. Samantha, go.
I'm speaking as a concerned parent. I have 2 daughters at San Antonio, and I need notification. Their health has been affected by being at school, by farms outside of the 0.25 mile notification area, and it's urgent. They're unable to participate in school in a normal way when I don't know what's happening when in the surrounding community. So I urge you to send the letter of October 8th or the other draft as soon as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being succinct. Very good. Let's see. Emily, come on down, and then I'm not even sure. You know that name?
Thank you for having all of us and listening. My name's Emily Ayala, and I'm a 5th-generation farmer here in the Ojai Valley. Unfortunately, trees can't vote or come to the city council chambers, but if they could, this place would be packed. To the people that are touting regenerative agriculture as a cure or a stay off from getting ACP, it simply isn't true. People in Florida have tried everything. People in China have tried everything. Here in Ojai, we have always used mulch and horse manure. You don't see horse manure leaving the valley. We love putting it on our trees, underneath our trees. There is no cure for HLB. That's a fact. We do not have a cure for HLB. There are growers in this room and growers in this valley who have been to China, Morocco, Spain, Brazil, Mexico, Florida to study just this. They've gone on citrus seminars to those countries. We've been doing our research. The first time I heard about HLB was 17 years ago. It was before I was married, and I heard about it at a seminar down in Riverside. And I thought, oh boy, that's going to be interesting. ACP did not come to the valley in 1919, like Josh said. It came here in 2010, and we've been monitoring it ever since. I don't know that I'm in favor of sending the letter because I don't feel like anyone in this room is a certified toxicologist, an agronomist, soil scientist, or somebody that has been to many conferences about HLB and ACP other than the farmers. Alternatives to citrus will all use pesticides as well. All stone fruits, grapes, apricots, these are the things that we could grow in the Ojai Valley because of our rocky soil and our extreme temperature fluctuations. They will all use pesticides as well, and grapes use a lot more. So I don't know what our alternatives will be when citrus disappears.
Thank you, Emily. And that, you say you know the first name?
Yeah, Anahat.
And I would like to cede my time to Patty Pagaling.
Well, okay, we're not ceding time, but Patty will get to speak. We have Sue Williamson, you're up, and Chris Young, you're on deck.
Hello, Sue Williamson. I live in Ojai, and to the point of the letters, as I understood it from the discussion that went on about that first letter, that everyone felt it should be stronger, there should be more information, blah, blah, blah. And then I read Randy's letter, and it's like, what? Where'd it all go? It totally watered down things. It said maybe you could talk about this, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it was horrible. And I really think you should stick to what you said in the very beginning, which was to strengthen the letter. And I just like to point out, lately all the juries that have gone about glyphosate, just glyphosate, the last award was $2 billion. They are discovering that the chemical companies have been paying off the EPA, they've been paying off little local farm groups. Farmers are brainwashed by the Monsanto. They're brainwashed. And people don't realize what is going on. We are being poisoned. Everybody in this valley has glyphosate in their body, it's in the water, and nobody's testing for it. It's crazy. I mean, this is really something that we need to start getting serious about. I understand the farmers are worried, but they are brainwashed. You hear them try to say this stuff isn't poison to people? Come on. Juries are finding in the favor of people who are dying from this. So I'd say strengthen the letter, put more information in there, scientific information, or there's going to be big lawsuits going on because it seems that the only thing that works is money talks. Sad to say.
Thank you.
I'm going to take her as a no.
Yeah. Chris Young, you're up, and Linda, I can't read that. You know that? I don't know how many Lindas are out there, but you're on deck. Yeah, okay, right. Chris.
Thank you all. Obviously, challenging evening. I'd be more comfortable if there were a little less maybe sort of obvious name calling, and maybe in both directions, if there are just two directions. I came here really just to say that I certainly encourage sending a letter. I'm less concerned about which one, but kind of getting on with it. I think the 72 hours is a more than reasonable request, and I think the other ideas of just exploring this, maybe without attacking one another, could be extremely valuable. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Ron Whitehurst. Oh, pardon me, and Linda, you're, come on down. Oh, or you waved your, oh, you're waving, okay, thank you. Okay.
I don't want to take time away from Ron.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Ron, you're up.
Hi, my name's Ron Whitehurst. I'm co-owner of Rincon Vitova Insectaries. I'm a licensed pest control advisor. I've had thousands of hours of training on pesticides. And our company has a history going back to 1950 of promoting biological control and helping farmers get off of toxic pesticides. And what we have learned is that pesticides are not safe when used as directed. And so in that context, the letter is good. The October 8th with the modifications that Susan suggests would be useful to send as a step in a process to get off of toxic pesticides. In 1969, Robert Vandenbosch wrote a book called The Pesticide Conspiracy, and he outlined how there was incredible collusion between the pesticide companies and government officials to minimize the risk from these toxic pesticides. And now we find from the discovery in the D. Williams case versus Monsanto, where he got non-Hodgkin's lymphoma from using Roundup. 1 million pages of discovery that outlines in great and gory detail the collusion between government officials and the pesticide industry to lie to the public that when you use the pesticides as directed, they're safe. So we know that now is a lie, and we should move on to all the processes, the little steps that we can take within the context of the regulatory environment that we have to a healthy environment. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Ron. Ward, is this Henderson or somebody out there named Ward? If there is, you're on deck, or you're up to bat. Well, okay. Well, Joseph Gilbert. Is there a Joseph out there? Oh, there Joseph is. And Jim Churchill's on deck.
Okay. What I would like to tell you is that when farmers say that there's no alternative for them, no economic alternative, that's not a good enough reason to poison the environment. The dollar is not more important than our health. It never was and it never will be, because without us, the dollar doesn't have any value, and without a clean environment and a safe environment, the dollar's worthless too, you know. So we have to change our priorities and recognize what's really important. The air does not stay where the spraying is, it moves around. The air doesn't recognize city limits or boundaries of any kind. And so, you know, if your neighbor, if you live in a residential area, sprays something in their yard, sure, it originates in their yard, on their property, but it doesn't stay there. It trespasses all over the place, wherever the wind blows it. You have to deal with reality, not with some abstract law about the borderlines and what that. It doesn't mean anything to the wind. The wind doesn't recognize borderlines. You have to think about these things if you really care about it. This is not just a matter of doing your due diligence and looking like you care. You have to actually care about it and act accordingly. And it's obvious to the rest of us whether that's what's happening or not. You know. So let's see some genuine, sincere caring.
Okay, you in favor of sending the letter?
No.
Right.
I thought I was, but when I heard what Susan said and
Okay.
I thought about it, I'm not in favor.
Yeah, on a redraft, okay. Jim Churchill. Hello, Jim.
Hi, Jim.
Patty, you're on deck.
I'm a citrus grower.
Where's your T-shirt?
I guess I don't have an opinion on the letters because I haven't read them, so I will read them and then I'll send you my opinion. I just really, what I'm left with is I want Nick Otway to know that the personal protective equipment that is required for the use of an Entrust SC as the applicator, which is what I am, since I have my own spray rig, is a long sleeve shirt and shoes with socks.
Well, for you, that's a challenge, right? The shoes and socks part, yeah, right. I've been to your house, yeah, okay. Patty?
Just quickly, I'm in favor of the October 8th letter, adding the information about Monterey County notification system. Thank you.
Thank you. Another, I can't read that signature. Is that,
Where is, oh, I know who it is, Netlufu. She was here, I saw her. Yeah, there she is. Tell us how to pronounce your name again. I know you, but I can't remember. Oh.
Nilufer Torn, hi, thank you for being here. I'm in favor of a letter, a stronger letter than the October 8th. I've been thinking today, what am I supposed to say here? I'm supposed to say, we're being poisoned. Can you just please tell us when? I just feel like an idiot.
and how often?
I feel like an idiot. Am I the only one that knows the wind blows things around? I'm embarrassed to even talk about it. We're all adults here. And people are dying in this valley. If you're a farmer and you're spraying, then please listen, because you'll be screwed later. Let's fix this now. Put everything on the table. We all want to feed our families and have a good life. We're not saying only the non-sprayers want a good life, to hell with you. No. We want to work together and show people they're doing it all over the world. Thailand just refused to accept pesticides. And someone in the White House say, we have your back in Monsanto. People have to know that money talks. People are getting killed over money. And we're getting killed in the valley because of money and because of fear that, my family won't survive. Well, if everyone else dies, that's okay, as long as my family survives. Come on, it's 2019. So that letter, I don't want to accept weak things anymore. That October 8th letter, given what we're going through here, and some people don't even have a clue, or they're in denial because they have to change so much, it has to be a stronger letter.
okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Francis. And Suzanne Soul is on deck.
Suzanne Soul went home.
Oh.
She had to care for her daughter. Good evening, Council, Mayor Johnston. First, I just want to say I really appreciate you all listening to us, because you're going to be up late tonight, just to give us all the opportunity to say a few words. So thank you for what you do. Secondly, I believe, with all due respect to you, Randy, the October 8th letter better reflects the position of the larger majority of the community. And so I would encourage the council to redraft the letter, put more strength in it. My reasons for that were already well articulated by Josh Stickel, as well as Eliza Moses. But I myself really do believe that there's a better way to do agriculture in this valley. I'm by no means going to try to assert that I'm any sort of an expert on the topic, but there's a better way than what we're doing now. When my daughter went to Monica Ross School, there were days where she couldn't go to school because they're spraying, because there's orchards right around the school. It's a beautiful school, but how beautiful is it when it's got this invisible chemical that potentially will make her sick? So also, I just want to take a moment to speak to people that are growers and have been growers here for a long time. I honor you for growing beautiful food and making this a beautiful place to live, because your orchards are a big part of our culture, and I really appreciate that. And I understand that you guys are also really contributing in a major way economically. And so I just want to say that I would really love to see us come together and really get it together as far as solutions. Thank you.
They'll hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Suzanne and Natalie Gray on deck. Oh, he said Suzanne had left. Okay, Natalie and Stacy. Is it Rappel? Yeah, will be next.
Hi, I'm very nervous, so excuse me. Thank you very much for all your work and for listening to us. And I also thank the farmers for all they do. I was raised in Wisconsin, raised around dairy farms. And the reason I'm here is to state that I don't support the letter being sent as written. I would like to see it amended. But I did want to add, I live on Mercer. I live right up against a field that is being converted to citrus. I'm also a breast cancer survivor.
Natalie, thank you for your letter. We received it today. It was a
I,
wonderful letter.
I have no doubt that part of why I have cancer is my exposure to pesticides as a young child. We played with 7. Does anybody remember what 7 was? You know, we played with it. We were told it was fine. We put it on our dog. We put it on our potato plants. I'm in remission, but now I live with the threat of it coming back. And I don't want, fortunately, the person who's putting the orchard in is kind, and he's talking to us, and he said he's going to let us know. But I want notification, and I have a frickin' right to be notified if my health is going to be affected by something that someone else is doing. I don't think that's unreasonable. Whether you're a farmer or not, all I'm asking for is notification. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy? And Steve Sprinkle on deck, if Steve's still here?
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for listening to all of us. I really hear the challenges of the farmers and what they're going through with the ACP, but that's not really what we're here to talk about tonight. I'm here to talk about notifications. I'm a mom of a 5-year-old and a 16-year-old. I'm very concerned about the chemical exposure that we're all experiencing and what's happening to our air quality. And there are people that are saying that there isn't any science to back up the ill effects of pesticides. And I just want to read a few things, and I have copies for all of you at the City Council. This is from an organization called Beyond Pesticides. This is their fact sheet. And in the end of the fact sheet, you can see all of the scientific surveys and studies that they did for these facts, and I'm just going to read some. The National Academy of Sciences reports that children are more susceptible to chemicals than adults and estimates that 50% of lifetime pesticide exposure occurs during the first 5 years of life. The EPA concurs that children take in more pesticides relative to body weight than adults and have developing organ systems that are more vulnerable and less able to detoxify toxic chemicals. Children with developmental delays and those younger than 6 years are at increased risk of ingesting pesticides through non-food items, such as soil. Consistent observations have led investigators to conclude that chronic, low-dose exposure to certain pesticides might pose a hazard to the health and development of children. The World Health Organization cites that over 30% of the global burden of disease in children can be attributed to environmental factors, including pesticides. A 2013 study suggests that preconception, pesticide exposure, and possibly exposure during pregnancy is associated with an increased risk of childhood brain tumors. According to a 2015 study, living in agricultural regions is linked to increased leukemia and central nervous system cancers in children. The probability of an effect such as cancer, which requires a period of time to develop after exposure, is enhanced if exposure occurs early in life.
Okay, Stacy, your time is up, but your concern is to be given warning and notice when these things
And
are...
my concern is to be given notice and warning so we can make safe and informed choices for our families. We just want the farmers to be transparent. Tell us what you're doing so we could bring our kids inside, or we could go to Santa Barbara for the day, or we can get out of the drift that occurs. And I also think that, before I end, really everyone needs to really learn about drift and what happens when the chemicals are being sprayed on farms, how it goes up into the air, how quickly it can drift. It's my understanding that it can drift a quarter mile in 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is-
Oh, and I support revising the October 8th letter and making that notification that we want stronger.
Steve? And Megan Berquist is on
Hi,
deck.
thanks for the opportunity to address this question. I apologize for not trying harder to educate more growers over the last 20 years. We have tried, but it's been a paltry success. So all the organizations that I've ever represented have always been in support of all farmers, and we've really tried to help all of them in transition without repudiating any of them. And my heart goes out to all of them who are here who have spoken about concern for greater regulation and trying to defend themselves in light of this potential problem, this potential disaster that they're facing. So I want them to know that I do feel that way. I do support the letter of October 8th. In the third line from the bottom, the sentence begins, fourth, we respectfully request that the County of Ventura take public reporting on pesticide use one step further. And then I would just briefly interject, by adopting procedures used in Monterey County which provide 72 hours advance public notice of aerial and ground pesticide application near residences, including application time, location, content, and amount. The only issue that we might have with regard to that last sentence is near residences. As Stacy just mentioned, drift is an issue, and so I would strike near residences application, including application time, location, and content. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Did you get that?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Megan? And Renee Roth, you're on deck.
Hi.
Oh, no, pardon me.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, Renee relinquished her time to Josh, so thank you, Renee, for that.
Hi, thank you, Council, for hearing us. I have lived in an orchard for 15 years, and until a few weeks ago, and now I live above an orchard, or 3 orchards, really, and I just had no idea. I didn't know about drift. I didn't know about how, I just didn't think about it. I was a very ignorant person, and I am a leukemia survivor many, many years ago. And my health is extremely strong. I am very strong. But I've noticed that my respiratory system has just been a little compromised lately. And I never would have thought about the connection. But now I'm curious, and I would just like notification. I think it's a very simple ask. So, and I support the October 8th letter or a revision of it. And thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Megan. And Ward? I guess Ward is gone. Second and last call. Okay. Thank you all. What's the council's pleasure?
Well, I'd like to point out a couple things that I think need to be in the letter, and that I'm not sure are completely there now. And I'm motivated by the reality that as our job at City Council here is to take the community's concerns and find the most effective way to leverage those concerns with, frankly, agencies that we have no direct authority over. Now, we can be effective at that, and I want to be as effective as possible. And so I'm concerned with the letter that was in the packet that it focused only on the county ag commissioner. Because I believe that, and we've already seen evidence that the county ag commissioner considers some of the responsibility, particularly with monitoring, to be a state responsibility. Yes. And so I also know that we are already on the radar. I found out today. We are already on the radar with the California Department of Pesticide Regulation. They're looking at coming here.
Yes.
They've been hearing you, and they're coming. I hope that we maximize our productive interaction with them when they're here. Because as we saw from the grand jury report,
yes,
that just came out, and the responses of the county chief executive and the county ag commissioner, they basically said, "Oh, we want the state to do the monitoring. That's not our deal." And I believe that monitoring should be paired with notification. And I think this letter should reflect that, and it should reflect reaching out to the state agencies involved and not just the county. I think they have to be paired. I know that and I think that there's a fair amount of support in the agricultural community for more effective monitoring, and the grand jury report pointed out, recommended more monitoring in the county that just came out. The VC Reporter, by the way, has a good article about that in yesterday's edition, that there's exactly one monitoring station right now in the county, and it seems to me obvious that there should be monitoring stations in every distinct airshed, and not just on the Oxnard Plain, and not just reactive. If there's an identified problem, we ought to be collecting data. And so, for example, the grand jury recommendation was that the VCAC, the Ventura County Agriculture Commission, establish more comprehensive air sampling of pesticides and fumigants, either stationary or mobile, at additional locations of Ventura County wherever there are clusters of schools and daycare centers. And they also mentioned residences in another conclusion. My point being is that the immediate response of the Ag Commissioner is saying, well, that's not our, that needs to be a state activity and not our activity. That's their immediate reaction to that recommendation. And so what I would like to see in this letter is that we try and design our attempt at leveraging our citizens' concerns with both the state regulators and the county, and that we look at what works and doesn't work with this Monterey County notification protocol.
Yes.
And see how best to make it work here. But we also really try to get some sampling stations going as part of that.
Yes.
So that's why I was not going to go with this letter.
Okay. Well, we do have a motion and a second to do that, and if, now a motion to postpone is still in order if that is the wish of the council. If not, then we
Yes.
need to vote on the main motion.
I want to ask you a question. I'd like to refer to the findings of the grand jury.
In the letter.
In the letter.
I think we should,
And
and
then
that's
say
one
that
of-
we support those findings.
And that is exactly
Yeah.
one of the things that I think ought to be done. That's why I didn't want to go with the letter as stated, because I think that needs to be in there. And I wanted to point out that the California Department of Pesticide Regulation has as one of their goals, or one of their mandates, pesticide air monitoring results database.
Yes.
That they're maintaining an ambient air monitoring results database, including data from pesticide air monitoring studies conducted throughout California. They just
Okay,
streamlined in
great, Bill.
2018.
But
My
Randy
point
has
being is, the county commissioner cannot accept, in my opinion, and we should not accept, that the only monitoring in the county is on the Oxnard Plain.
Okay, the motion before us, though, is whether or not to send the letter as prepared. Randy went through a lot of effort, and if we want to modify it yet again, then we need a motion to continue to the next meeting. And it sounds like Bill and Sousa, unless you want to stay in the swim.
Well, I'm not going to defend what I did.
No, you don't need to. I think
because
you
I
made
think
it-
personally what I asked for was what everyone asked for. So if you want to ask for more, ask for more.
Yeah.
I think this group needs to understand that the county, and as Bill just stated, the state has jurisdiction over this. So recognize that. Alls we're doing is asking. We're not telling, we're not demanding. We could tell, we could demand, we could do anything we want, technically. But the reality is, we have no jurisdiction over it. My suggestion would be for this group to get to the county, get to the Ag Commission, contact your supervisor. I don't know if you have. I don't know if it's within your whereall to do that as a group, but I suggest that's what you should do. So I'll accept the fact that they want to rewrite this. I have no problem with that.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we continue the matter.
Okay.
And that we work.
And that you and
make some
Bill would like
additions.
to
Yeah, would you like to be on?
try
the
your
committee?
hand at this. It's not an
All right,
easy
you put-
task.
We'll be the target next. Okay,
Okay,
fine.
all right.
Right. Okay, so there's a motion and a second to continue the matter, is that correct?
Yes, and come up,
Is it-
and I think we can do that in December because we're not having a meeting the week of Thanksgiving, we're skipping. So we'll come back the second Tuesday in December with a letter that I hope will reflect the concerns that have been expressed tonight.
Okay, it appears there's no objection to the continuation of the matter, and you folks will bring that back
Yes.
in the first
Thank you,
meeting
Randy,
in
for
December,
starting.
yeah.
Yes, yes.
Well, real quick, Mayor, what I'd like to personally do is thank Josh and Rebecca Tickle, Patty Pagling, Renee Roth, Stacy. I didn't get your last name. Adam, is he here?
Yeah, he
If he was
Adam's
here, I'd like to thank Adam for his time. I'd like to thank Emily, Jim Fitch, and Roger Essex. Those are the people that I contacted to help me formulate this. So again, thank those members of the community that took the time to participate, and I look forward to the next letter,
Yes.
The next draft.
the next edition.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is Ojai.
It's
We
like
don't ever
writing
do
a
anything the
book.
first time or the second, apparently.
You
Okay.
just keep revising.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we will now go to item number 2, which, in our own.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Right.
Okay.
It's out of my hands.
Yeah. Hey, you made a good
Now
stab
it's
at
getting
it.
stronger.
It's a thankless
That's what I
job.
call
You know, it's
strength.
interesting, everything they asked for was in it.
Yeah.
So now we have more information, so now we're gonna add to it, so go. But
Let's
Yeah.
see how it.
Well, I don't know why he
Okay.
didn't.
if I read the Ag Commissioner's response to the last letter, terrific and pretty negative.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, yeah.
If everybody that is no longer interested in what we have on the agenda, besides me and Austin,
gonna use the
if they will clear the room and we
Can we have
will.
a 1-minute break too?
Okay, well, okay, this is gonna, Jeremy, we're gonna take a couple of minutes recess. Back into session here. Everybody's present and accounted for. Okay. We are on item number 2. Mr. City Manager, would you like to kick it off?
Yes, thank
Even
you.
if you wouldn't like to, would you kick it off?
I'll keep it brief. On September 24th, 2019, Council directed staff to prepare a resolution submitting a TOT increase to the Ojai voters. TOT, just as a reminder, is transient occupancy tax, and it's the tax paid by visitors staying in hotel rooms for each night. The council discussed different options, but ultimately directed that staff prepare a resolution for a general tax increase from 10% to 12.5% for the November 2020 election. So that is included as the first resolution in the packet. Since that time, we've done some additional analysis on TOT rates. It's difficult to compare because different cities have different special districts, different sales tax, all these different variations. But we've done some analysis, and I have just a couple of slides I'll pull up real quickly. Can somebody grab the remote? Yeah, we'll pull up a couple of slides quickly just to show a couple of the comparisons. One second. But as an example of how kind of complicated it gets, Oxnard has a 10% TOT, but they also have a 2% special district tax. So when you're looking at the 10%, it doesn't tell the whole story. So this table was the table that we provided to council at the last council meeting when we discussed it. And it shows that most of the rates are between 10 and 13%. But in reality, we did some additional research, and it's a little tough to read, but a majority of the cities have either a special district tax or a tourism business improvement district tax as well. So they're actually higher than we had estimated in the first round, with Ojai's 10% being one of the lower percentage-wise. And then lastly, this is in your packet, but there was a study done that's available online by a tourism research group, and they showed the top 150 cities. So it's not quite not just the local cities like the list we prepared, but it's more just the top 150 urban centers in the U.S. And it's color coded to show what percentages are, state tax, county tax, which is common in other states and counties, and then special district taxes and other. And so several cities are well above the 12.5% that we proposed at that meeting. So what we've done, this item is before you today to kind of try to maintain flexibility for council. Essentially, if we wanted to come with a special election in March, we'd have to decide today because the deadlines are approaching with the county. So we also prepared a resolution for the special tax, and we've or for the special tax at a special election, with the funding from that tax would have to be going to infrastructure projects, or we would actually recommend tweaking the wording a little bit and say infrastructure and code enforcement related projects. But obviously the negative with the special tax is there's a higher threshold. It has to have 2/3 of voter approval. So both those resolutions are before council for discussion tonight.
Staff question, Mayor?
Yeah.
Bill.
So just to be sure I understand, we do have the option with some flexibility on percentages to have one or both on the March election, on the March ballot if we act tonight.
And so we're only proposing it as one tax. Somebody mentioned this to me that they thought we were proposing two.
I saw.
And we meant it as an either or.
Either or.
Yeah, so we could either do it as a general tax at the November ballot, which was the direction from council previously.
Right.
The 10 to 12.5%, or we can do a special election. The second resolution is for a special election doing from 10 to between 12.5 to 15%.
Okay. But
I
just
don't know
just
if
to
that
clarify,
clarifies.
trying to
the-
just define our options without advocacy, that's all.
A special tax can be imposed at either a special or a regular election.
Right.
So the special tax can be imposed at the March election or the November one.
Right.
A general tax can
Only
only be
November.
imposed in November.
Right.
Unless submitted by initiative.
So the 2/3 vote could be put on the March or the November. The 51% would have to be on November.
Correct.
Okay.
And the only other point I'll add
Okay.
is that the putting a special tax on the ballot is just a majority vote of council. Putting a general tax on the ballot is a 2/3,
Okay.
4 of 5 vote of council.
Okay, thank you.
So I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I do too.
I didn't see any of that. That was one of my questions, was what was the threshold for passing? And I, even reading here that the special tax increase is a 2/3 vote. And then on here, down on the next paragraph, you have the general tax increase is a 2/3 vote. So what is it? One's 51 and one's 2/3?
So what it is that they swap between the 2/3 vote of council and a 50% vote of the electorate, and the other
Right.
has a 50% vote of council and a 2/3
Right.
vote of the electorate.
Right.
So, electorate. So they both at some point have a 2/3 and both at some point have a majority. I don't know if I
Yeah, no, that's exactly the way to put it. Don't look for logic in the California taxation system. What it is that to submit the lower threshold measure to the voters, the general tax requiring 50% plus 1 takes a higher vote of council.
Right.
Versus a special tax, lower vote of council, just majority, because the voters have a higher threshold of 2/3 of the voters.
Yeah, it's tougher to pass.
Okay, and then the other question is on that, so the vote to get 4/5 of council would have to be on the items that you've listed here? So are we making a decision tonight that these are the priorities if we choose to go that route?
No, those
Or
are just-
we gonna have the opportunity to debate priorities for the community?
Those are just staff identified priority projects to give an example of what kind of projects they could be used for.
The critical language is what's put into the resolution and what's put into the box, the ballot box, that defines the scope of projects the special tax money could be spent on. So I think the proposal from staff would be to do the current language of capital improvement projects and perhaps add maintenance and code enforcement to pick up the realm of projects that staff is recommending council consider. But the language can be adjusted. The key is you don't have to tonight pick the projects, you have to pick the category. And the category can be broadly defined. Then that, if approved by the voters, would limit what the money is spent on, if it's a special tax.
Okay, and what do we have in here right now? Is it
doesn't sound very
infrastructure
transparent.
maintenance?
Right now, it's capital improvement projects.
Okay,
but
but that's pretty broad.
it's pretty broad, but I realized after we prepared the item that it wouldn't pick up code enforcement, which I think I would recommend that we would add that language
Right.
to it. But other than that, it's pretty broad. Covers a lot.
So capital improvement includes bicycle pedestrian improvements. Okay.
Streets improvements, bicycle pedestrian improvements.
But does it go beyond that? Are we talking about is transportation infrastructure? Is that, or are we?
Transportation.
That would fit within capital improvements.
Yeah, yes, it would.
Okay. What about fire mitigation, which is probably the biggest things, like, the hardening of the community, all the trimming of trees and the clearing of.
And that was why we were just saying to be safe, we think it is included, but to be safe, we're recommending adding the wording about code enforcement and maintenance to the capital improvement project.
Oh, okay, and that would then be
It would pick up
broadly. It
tree
would pick up,
maintenance
yeah.
and things like that.
Okay.
Okay.
We have many cards?
Yeah, I do have, I've got 5. Alex Kim, or Jeff?
Actually, Alex had an emergency,
Oh.
and he was called back to the inn. And his notes were really, really short, but he said that he's concerned about we're both here on the same thing with regards to the March 3rd, 2020 special election and the measure to amend the section 8-1.407 rent defined. And Alex basically said that he's concerned and that he believes that it's too vague and needs more clarity. And he said that he was going to call Mr. Vega tomorrow.
Okay. So that was on behalf of Alex. I couldn't find you in here. Yeah.
unfortunately, he got called back, so.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for covering for him. Laura? I have a card for Jeff.
Hello, I'm Laura Ward, Ojai Valley News, District 4. The city of Ojai is to be faced with cutting resident-focused services, says the staff report of tonight's meeting. What I'm hearing in that is that growing revenue is a necessity for us, and there are only a few ways to do it. And since I'm not sure about the council members' cooking abilities, I'm thinking bake sales are out. So why are we so behind? Our city ranks among the very lowest for sales tax, 7.25, a zero cannabis tax, and a hotel tax of 10%. Our city continues to fall behind with even basics like fire mitigation and resilience, road and sidewalk repair, recreation department upkeep and upgrades, the city's municipal power production and lighting districts, Libby Bowl improvement, and code enforcement. Basically, the city has needs and aspirations for infrastructure, stabilization, maintenance, and capital improvements over the next 30 years, and costs are rising. Basically, so with a limited revenue stream of opportunities and the reality that we have 100 visitors for every resident of the city each year, it is the view of the Ojai Valley News that an added regressive sales tax should be avoided, as it also discourages local shopping. And a higher property tax just exacerbates the affordable living issue. Visitors should help preserve and restore our city's basic infrastructure, and everyone will still want to come here. We favor a designated 5% added transient occupancy tax to be put on the March 3rd primary ballot. That is not a special election, it's a special tax in a primary election. There is no reason to wait and be added to the list of other tax measures on the general ballot. So why should we designate? The general tax means the city and the city manager and the city council have a broad discretion about how to spend money on virtually anything. And the residents deserve the confidence of knowing that our city services will be first in line for maintenance and improvements. Also, some people might say 15% is high, but to get the true comparison of what the city revenue is in other cities, we got to compare the combination of the TOT tax with the sales tax and other special taxes that James has mentioned. For example, Santa Barbara has a 12% TOT and has a 1.5% sales tax higher than ours. Bakersfield, 12% TOT, 8.25 sales. Fresno, 13.5% TOT with 7.9. Oxnard, 12% TOT with 7.75. Ojai doesn't keep up with any of these fine cities. We're almost as good as a lot of them, too. We can avoid more odious taxes when the visitors join the locals in their common interest to keep Ojai safe, friendly, sustainable, and resilient. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, Dale Hansen.
Yes, Dale Hansen. I live in the city of Ojai. I'm proud of it. I'm in favor of the 15% tax because I really think that fire safety is so important. I agree with just about everything that Laura said. I think that a great portion of that money, if we go forward with that, should be for fire mitigation. We know that so much around our city burned, and that gives people the think. I've had people tell me, well, you know, I think that we're safe now because everything burned, but everything didn't burn in Ojai, and we need to protect our city with brush clearance, and residents need to know what they need to do to protect themselves, and I really hope that a great part of it goes to fire mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Michelle Ellison and Chris Danch on deck.
Good evening, Council. I'm Michelle Ellison, resident of Ojai. Within the scope of recommended projects, well, I'm in support of an additional tax, and I would include within our priorities climate mitigation. We have a huge number of tourists, and there is a climate cost associated with their transportation in and out of the valley, in and out of the city, the washing of the bed linens, and there's so many unaccounted for costs associated in emissions related to the tourism industry in Ojai. So I would be recommending that you account for that, and potentially either it's a specific tax for climate mitigation, climate offsetting the tourism industry's impact on the city, or wrapped in among the other priorities. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Yes.
Chris?
Thank you.
Welcome back, Chris.
Yeah, twice in one night, can't get enough. Yeah, right. So, as you will learn more shortly, why things burn is actually very complex, and there's many different factors that go into this. And one thing that the city of Ojai has to keep in mind is that with the Thomas Fire or something like that, of that nature, it could have been much worse had the wind direction been different. What burned Paradise to the ground wasn't vegetation. It may have started one of those houses, but the houses were the fuel, not the vegetation. So direction of wind, ember cast, topography, humidity, structures, density, all those factors play into this. So what I'm getting at in relationship to what's on the table today is which we hardly recommend, that money be allocated to comprehensive fire risk mitigation planning. And I can't think of a better organization to do that than the Fire Safe Council, is that be very careful in your language that you don't exclude that in the tax. And call it infrastructure protection, call it whatever but fire mitigation. Be careful how you say it, because it's complex, it needs to be holistic and comprehensive and integrated. So don't limit the actions of a fire mitigation risk plan by inadvertently cutting out certain kinds of expenditures, which can include education and other kinds of soft things that go, but can be very, very important in the long term.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Mayor, I just want to comment on what Chris just said. It was a real eye-opener for me to be given a tour of some of the area where the Paradise Fire burned, and to realize just what you said. There are areas where the mature trees are fine, and every house is burned.
We lost almost half our houses
Yeah.
on North Fork Springs Road. The ones that burned, least amount of vegetation
Yeah.
burning around them. The
Yeah.
trees were largely intact.
Yeah, it's real counterintuitive, but
It is.
Wow.
yeah.
Thank
I
Okay.
learned a lot.
Yeah, okay, that's all all of the cards I have. So what is the council's, Jeff?
And Alex told me that I get his remaining time.
Oh, okay, I did have a Jeff.
That's okay, and I apologize, I'm not here to talk about the percentages and what have you. I leave that up to those who were voted into office. But I do want to read this to you, and it gets into the legal text and what have you. And anyway, and I hope, and this is really, I think the hoteliers are really coming to basically get clarity and get good code versus code that's sort of just thrown together. Let me just start off. I printed it out so I didn't fumble around. If you want to amend the City of Ojai ordinance, you should follow the San Francisco ordinance, hotel tax ordinance. The city can do that by amending the definition of occupancy and add those items such as resort fees, cancellation fees, parking fees, etc. However, the city should talk or involve the hoteliers to discuss the back case more in depth and how it will affect Ojai hotels, not necessarily those in San Francisco. The impact is much greater than what is in the staff report, and therefore needs further discussion. The text change in the city that the city is proposing has been made to the rent definition, which is not consistent with the back case. This is important due to the language that exists within the existing San Francisco tax ordinance prior to the back case, which contains the following. Sorry for my shuffling. Occupancy is defined as the use or possession of the right to use or possession of any room or apartment in a hotel, or the right to use or possession of furnishings. That's somewhat similar to ours, has a little bit more in there, but then it goes on to say, or to services, that's not in ours, and accommodations accompanying the use and possession of the room. That's really important. Therefore, the proposed text makes that's made in the San Francisco ordinance. Hold on one second. Let me back up. That the additional text, namely the word services, is much broader than the Ojai existing text. This is noted in the case law, which is validated with the hotel tax guidelines. In fact, it states that viewing the ordinance meaning of the words used in the hotel tax ordinance viewed in context, hotel parking is not taxable because it is not rent for the guest room, which is mainly the back case. It was over parking. The reason that this is not declaratory of existing law, if we confine the legal search to the back case, is that the definition of occupancy under consideration in the back case was much broader than the one used, or which is used in the Ojai Municipal Code. Plus, the city and the county treasurer, the tax collector, has promulgated a number of hotel tax guidelines, very important hotel tax guidelines, which provided that the specific service, parking, involved in the case was subject to hotel tax. Excuse me, I just want to read a section out of the back case. Characterizing the promulgation of the guidelines as quasi-legislative adds nothing pertinent to resolving the purely legal issue presented here, namely whether the guidelines impermissibly expand the reach of the hotel tax. This is the issue. This is the issue that we now address. So basically, the city and county of San Francisco have something that's called the hotel tax guidelines. I would love the city of Ojai to have just those things, the guideline. Those guidelines are, I think, incredibly necessary because the law or the code right now is so vague.
Okay, so your concern is that the definition of what, to which the...
It's always been the definition. We need to get the city and the hotels together, which I think Alex is also stating. And once for all, we update our 1971 tax code. Starting off with the hotel tax guidelines is a great idea that the city of San Francisco has, and we should follow in that vein. This is a good path, and it is established, as the city attorney has noted. It just needs the complete text amendment and not a cut and paste. The city is contemplating this change, and that's great. I've been asking for clarity for years, and usually with no response. I suggest that the city and hotels come together and work together through this language so that we can agree to move forward versus disputing the vagueness and unclear text.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Mr. City Attorney, this sounds like it is a separate but importantly related issue as to whatever tax is levied, what it's levied on, the definition of what is considered to be the occupancy, not just...
It's the city's position that the tax presently levied under the 1971 ordinance, as originally approved by the council, is inclusive of resort fees, cancellation fees, parking fees, and any other fees that are tied to occupancy of space in a hotel room. The addition of that language expressly in the proposed amendment to Section 81407 is to clarify the existing definition and to match the current language to the existing definitions of practice. I recognize the hoteliers probably dispute the current definition, but that remains to be solved with respect to the past before the council and perhaps in a court. With respect to the future, the idea is that the voters have the power to approve and confirm and clarify their understanding as a collective body that the existing definition includes resort fees, cancellation fees, parking fees, and other fees tied to hotel space.
Okay, but
And it's our position that whether you amend the rent definition or the occupancy definition, I suppose either is viable, but our recommendation is to amend the rent definition.
Okay, but is that part of what we're dealing with here? It is?
Because it would be submitted to the voters to clarify and confirm the existing definition at the same time as bringing to them a rate increase. Under Prop 218, the definitions can't be changed in the code absent voter approval, unless it's a purely administrative amendment that doesn't change the rate or method of the tax. It's our position that the definition already includes this language, but to eliminate any doubt, we recommend putting it on the ballot and thus eliminating any doubt.
Okay.
Johnny, there is doubt, but I think what's really, really important, it says through the back case, and I appreciate it because I actually stated a San Diego case, but through the back case, it basically gave credence to what Matt is saying, but only through the guidelines that I just described, that I told you about. So out of the back case, it's only valid, and what they said was, under the plain meaning of the language used, the hotel tax is imposed on the rent for each occupancy of a guest room. On face value, parking space rent is not subject to hotel tax. Therefore, they needed the hotel tax guidelines in order to justify charging TOT on that. And it was only through that administrative process of creating the hotel tax guidelines that basically the back case, basically enforces tax now on parking in San Francisco.
Mayor?
So, you say, Randy?
So this is what I'm hearing. You would like the guidelines to be in conjunction with this vote so that the citizenry votes on that. Is that something that has to be done, or can we amend it the way we've amended? Is his ask any different than what we're doing?
His ask is a bit different. His ask is for the hoteliers, if I understand it correctly, for the hoteliers in the city to negotiate a set of guidelines and then to have those adopted by the voters. It's distinct from the city proposing language to the voters to adopt.
Well, and can that be done?
There's no reason why it can't be done. The only risk is a time risk.
But could it be done in November for the second part of it, the guidelines? Right now, if we're going to try to, well, I don't know if there's going to be a motion to try to go for the special election, but
it would depend on the election timing, exactly.
Yeah, I just want to state my perspective on this entire issue. If there's the charge that you hoteliers are charging for occupancy, if whatever is not optional in that occupancy charge, however it's labeled, should be subject to TOT. If there are optional elements that the occupancy can decline or accept, I would agree, that's not part of TOT. But everything that's associated with occupancy that's not declinable as a condition of that occupancy should be TOT. Otherwise, we're in a position where you can simply relabel and avoid the tax.
Right. I mean, I think
I think that's a very basic principle.
If I could add one additional point. The city's current position is that plus one more point, which is that individually negotiated discounts don't count to render a fee or a charge exempt for the world. In other words, if a hotelier provides, just as if a hotelier provides a discount on a room rate, say someone books 100 rooms, you give them a discount on the rooms, the tax is imposed on the amount paid, the lower discounted price. But the fact that a discount exists in one case doesn't render the fee non-taxable for the rest of the world. So too, if you have a particular charge that you individually negotiate avoidance of, that doesn't render that charge non-taxable for the rest of the world.
Yeah, if my position is if the charge is subject to choice of your customer, that's not TOT. If the fact that you are getting occupancy and you have to pay that and you don't have a choice to decline it, that should be subject to the TOT. That's my basic principle.
I understand exactly what you're saying, and while Matt stipulates that he can basically it's defensible the way that it's written now with the 1971 ordinance. That's where we have that's where we have differences.
Okay.
And that's why we want to have clarity. I mean, I think believe it or not, the hoteliers, we're just going to pass it through.
Yeah,
We're just a pass-through. We're your partner.
You need clarity on how to charge it, and
we need
I just
clarity.
think we can't be in a situation where we're relabeling the non-discretionary charge
Right.
enables tax avoidance. Just
Yeah,
can't have that.
and it's not, I got an example,
Yeah.
you know, where, well, gee, Jeff, then you can charge, you know, $1 for the room and $99. First of all, that hasn't, you know, that's never
No, but
been
I'm-
the case.
that's the
But
principle.
I understand what you're saying, and all I'm getting at is we need to have clarity,
I agree.
because the way that it is right now, it's extremely vague, and all we want is clarity. And I think if you give the hoteliers the opportunity to sit down, we're not contesting, we're not even disputing any of the percentages, this, that, and the other. We just want to have clarity so we can operate as business people, and it's difficult when it's sort of up in the air. And just, I wasn't going to say this, but I thought I'd give this for a little bit of history and what have you. When this first came out, my father-in-law, who built the Best Western Casa Ojai when it started off as Best Western, he basically was around. And I think the funny thing is that our family has been consistently around from day one for that operation, while we've had different tax collectors and different people in this, you know, in these positions. And he said, you know what, go back to the meeting notes of that council meeting when they passed that in 1971. And sure enough, as I wrote a letter, and I don't know if you guys have seen the letter that I wrote to Rudy. You should see that. I don't know if Matt has seen it, but it's it explains sort of the position and what have you. But that law, when they passed that ordinance in 1971, the Ojai Valley Inn was present, their lawyers were present, and they basically went through, and the council basically stated in the minutes of that meeting that it was on the room charge only, and it was not to be charged, nor was it going to be charged on the American plan, if you know what the American plan is, green fees, etc.
But those are declinable. You don't have to
Resort
pay.
fees didn't exist in
Exactly.
1971.
Exactly.
Resort fees weren't imposed by any of the hotels in
And
the city at that
that's
time.
the other issue, is that there's so many, you know, the internet wasn't around in 1971 as well. So.
But
Mayor, I just have one.
this is going to be an issue with or without any kind of an election or a change in the rate. So I guess we should keep that in mind. I think you make.
And we would love, you know, like I said, we would love to
Okay.
sit down and talk
Well,
with somebody.
All I'm hearing is that they would like to sit at the table to have a discussion about clarity.
Right.
I haven't heard anything other than that, and I don't know why we wouldn't want to take the opportunity to have that if we could. Doesn't mean we'll walk away with everyone happy campers, but if we don't at least have a sit down and have clarity. So again, I agree. Having rules and regulations, something that anyone opening a business or running a business has clear parameters how to operate. I think that's a win for all of us, especially the hotelers. So I just don't know. I don't know how it works in the
Okay,
town.
well,
reality
let's
is-
take it
I'm
to the
sorry.
topic that's.
I was trying to get to that too.
Yeah, okay, go, Bill.
I think the reality is that if we, as I understand it, if we want to put a resolution on the March special election, we have to unanimously agree tonight.
Short of a special meeting before December 6th, yes.
So I think the first question is whether or not we want to try to put something on the March 3 ballot or not.
Okay, we need 4 votes to do that.
We need 4 votes for that.
Well, I would make a motion to try to do that. If, I don't know if the council wants to unanimously support it, otherwise we can't. But
Well,
I think
concur
that,
with your-
I think that it's.
I'd like to do something on the March 3. That would be the 2/3 vote, and that would give us a very clear indication of where the voters are on this.
Exactly, you know, and then we would also be telling the voters where that money's gonna be spent, that just won't go into the
Right.
general fund and kind of get
And
spread
they-
around and disappear. I'd like to see fire mitigation, road repair, and climate mitigation issues along with code enforcement, which I guess requires all of that. Those 4 things.
Would you be suggesting 2.5 or 5% for that?
Or it could be anything in between those.
Or anything in between.
Yeah, well, I would go for, you mean the 5, which takes you to the 15?
The 5 would go to the 15 with
Yeah,
the
I would
two-thirds.
go, I would go for the 15, make it a 2/3 vote, go on the special election. If the voters support it, great. If they don't support it, then we'll know
We can maybe backtrack and go with a 51% on a lower
in
rate.
November, come back and,
Yeah.
let's see what the public,
That's why I'm good with that.
I'm good with it, very good.
okay, so there's a second.
I'm still struggling here. So again, I'm struggling with transparency and the verbiage. It seems to me all I've heard is that we can't be trusted with additional funding unless we tag it to be spent in specific areas. That's what I'm hearing. Am I correct?
Okay, well, let me,
Help me to understand if I haven't heard that.
That's not what I was saying, is making a deal with the public as to what we're going to use the money for, not because we can't be trusted, but we aren't going to be here for forever, and there many a time, money has come into the public treasury and then ended up going for many worthwhile things, but not for what the voters thought they were supporting when they voted the tax in.
And I agree with that statement. So what I'm trying to say is, so we can't be vague in a statement. We need to be a lot more concise. And what I'm hearing is ambiguity. Well, let's just make it road repair. Well, we already have road repair in our other aspect of our CIP. So all I'm trying to say is, and I don't know if we're adopting any of this verbiage tonight. If we're not, are we going to bring it back to have clarity?
Yes.
Because right now, I'm not voting on anything that I don't have a sense provides the community with the clarity that they're asking for.
Well, and it won't pass if it's not clear. I would agree with that. But when you talk about money going for roads, what we're talking, or at least what I'm envisioning, is we're going to raise the tax, increase the revenue, and it is that increased revenue that's going to be earmarked to go for certain activities that have been, out of economic necessity, neglected. Our roads are in terrible shape. We have a fire threat now that exceeds anything that we've had in the history of the town. Then we get into code enforcement, where people keep saying you have laws and you don't enforce it, but it's kind of.
No, I'm hearing it, Mayor, I'm here. Like
Yeah.
you said,
So-
I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm trying to say is, so we have an increase in TOT that brings in $680,000 a year. I think what the community is asking us, how are you going to spend that additional funds? And I just don't, and I don't think it's fair to them if we're just going to come up with some vague terminology of, well, you know what, we're going to throw it at climate resiliency.
Yeah, but if
Okay,
you do
so
it, if
I'm
you,
just trying to say, so tell me what that means so that I can trust you when you say you're going to spend this money on that.
well, I think
guess
that,
that's
okay,
all.
well, I would envision that. I don't know how you go about
right.
setting this up. Just a second. This is I would see something like the solar farm idea, providing shade over parking like they have at the government center, that actually would generate electricity here and be off the grid. That kind of a project would fit into, the climate mitigation.
So again, I'm just trying to clarify, Susan, I'm not trying to stop you. I'm sure you're we're all in agreement. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the clarity of this. So in other words, we can write 5 vague terms to how we're going to spend this additional funding, and then come back each year at budget time and actually take a look at those 5 areas and then specifically identify how we're going to spend that money.
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing right now?
Yeah, every year.
Then I'll vote for this.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a move and a second?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Yeah.
Further questions, if you're doing
I'm
okay?
good.
Okay, any?
Roll call? Do we need a roll call?
This does take a roll call, yes.
Roll call. Is there anything else you guys need to know to clarify what it is we're voting on?
Just to note for all concerned, so the vote would be to adopt the resolutions that will submit a proposed special tax to the voters at a 5% rate above the existing 10% rate, which would remain a general tax, with the funds to be spent on a list including, closed list, capital improvement projects, fire mitigation, maintenance, code enforcement, and climate change mitigation, with the money each year to be allocated by the council within those priorities, and thus separately accounted for in a separate fund with public oversight to continue until the voters decide otherwise, and confirming the existing grant definition,
Now,
and then the associated ordinance.
Okay, so code enforcement, that should be clear enough. The fire mitigation, I think, is easily defined. But what about when the infrastructure rather, when you say capital budget, does that mean we build a new city hall, or potentially? I would like us to take care of what we have, which we're not doing.
Yes.
Yeah, capital improvement projects is a pretty broad term. It would pick up anything we currently fund out of the capital improvement budget and anything related to the city's physical assets, physical infrastructure. We could change the term to use infrastructure rather than capital improvements, but I think they would, as I look at it, the definition would encompass both.
I'm fine with capital improvement.
Well, capital improvements implies to me that expanding and building new stuff as opposed to taking care of the infrastructure that we currently have. Now, there may come a time when we'd want to change that, but Bill, do you have
my feeling is, let's talk about parking, all right? We may want to make investment in new facilities or new facility capabilities for parking.
Okay, and then that would also go with solar.
And that goes along with a lot of things.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it has to
I wanna
be
speak to
broad
what you're
enough
saying.
to allow council deliberation on specifics.
So this is also what I'm hearing, Mayor, is you're questioning right now the fact that in the CIP funds, we do use 600 plus 100,000 of that for road repair. Okay, that's in CIP.
We only use about 200 of it for road repair, and the rest of it goes to other capital maintenance. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, so I think this year when we looked at
I was surprised by this.
we looked at it closely, is we've been saying for years now that it's $1.3 million about every other year for street maintenance, but most of that we've discovered when we analyze it is leveraged funds, so it's only using a small chunk of the city's CIP funding.
So we're taking half of that $600,000. I know that we had
Less
matching
than a
funds
third.
every other year.
Right.
Less than a
So it's
third.
300 technically, or 200. That's what I'm saying. But what you're saying is we already have identified road repair in our CIP. Now, if we're going to add infrastructure and then use it for additional road repair in this additional funding, you see where that might be conflicted?
No, I would see that as,
road
I think it would be an expansion of that. What worries me is that it won't go for those, you should excuse the expression, the non-sexy items like overlaying a road repair. Most people don't get real excited about that until they clunk down on one of our streets. Our streets are falling apart, and so I guess I was just hoping that, so that we could go to the voters and they would feel comfortable that this money is going to be reinvested to keep this place welcoming,
Yeah.
nice place to visit
Right.
for the people who pay the price, the tourists.
Well, I'm not against that. I'm just trying to say, it sounds like they're going to be we already have it in one department, and now we're asking for additional funding, or we're going to throw it in that department too now. And it seems like the additional money that we're asking for is earmarked for things above and beyond what we're already doing. That's, but
we're only
if we're not,
using-
we're not.
We're only using a sliver of it for that kind of infrastructure maintenance. We're using a lot of it for things like restrooms at the park, roofing buildings, those
New rec
kinds of
center.
activities, which is needed, but it's not enough.
Right.
But if we have an increased increment, I would hate to see it all, suddenly people putting new things on the wish list and continuing not to repair what we already own. So,
Well,
anyway.
that's holding council members responsible and accountable for what they decide.
Okay. So where does that leave us? Are we ready for?
We're ready for a roll call?
I think you're ready for a vote. The last point I'll note is that we recommend adding the word "and maintenance" to go with capital improvements to kind of pick up the
Okay,
point.
that would be helpful.
That it's not, the
Cutting
council can
trees.
choose in this year, next year, in the future, whether to spend it on new things or maintain what we have. The choice would fall to the council each year with the budget, not to dictate that it can only be new things.
Okay, that's what Bill's saying, right? Is that what
Yes.
you're just saying? Okay.
Clarification.
Yeah, Jeff?
And it's really important, I don't know if we're kind of glossing over the definition, for the definition of.
You have to go to the podium.
Are we back on the guidelines for what gets taxed?
Yeah, because that has more of I think that has much more of an impact of what you're actually talking about. Because now you're basically, and not necessarily with the smaller hotels, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the inn, but when you start to canvass, the adding the occupancy of space in a hotel, that basically canvasses everything. So literally what is being drawn up is basically giving you permission to charge TOT on all operations, if that's what you want to do, such as the farm, like at the Ojai Valley Inn, there's going to be the farm. I mean, it could stretch into everything.
My understanding of the definition.
It could stretch into taxable sale, California sales tax.
Okay, my understanding of the definition is fees tied to the occupancy of the space in the hotel. In other words, the fees tied to, this is what you have to pay to be here.
Correct. So if I'm having a wedding and I pay $10,000 to have a wedding at, in the gardens over here, or if I have a ballroom, or if I have a breakout section with conference rooms, or if I have space is so generic of a word, you're basically potentially putting, again, this is the vagueness. That's why I highly suggest being able to have a group session. But you're basically putting a blanket over the space, the APN of our properties, and saying any activity that basically derives revenue, that is a taxable
Not saying
event.
the same thing.
That's not what the definition
Not what
states.
the definition says.
Well, okay, and that's not what the definition per se of what they said in 1971. But we have people who change and what have you. We have different interpretations. I have.
It's inconsistent.
Well, it's very inconsistent. I have Susie Mears who told me one thing, and I have Rudy tell me another thing. It gets very inconsistent. That's why I think if we have, and Bill, you should be championing this thing because you want to have clarity in our laws.
Yes.
So this needs to be clear. This is a big
Jeff,
deal.
The clarity is simply if you have a wedding and sell it out to other people, and if my wife and I decide we aren't part of the wedding, we just want to stay at your place. We have that as a choice. We're not
No,
coming.
it has nothing to do with staying in a room at our place. It has to do with the function of the other activities on the property, which is in the space, which is in the halls and in the ballrooms.
So Jeff, what I'm hearing is, so I have a wedding, and I have 100 guests, and all the guests are renting a room at the inn.
You pay tax on it.
Okay. Then on top of it, I'm renting the farm for $15,000 to hold the wedding.
You potentially
What
pay
you're
tax.
saying is we're going to get a percentage of our 15% that goes through our existing TOT on that rental. That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
And that's your concern that that's not in the
Well,
guidelines right now?
That's not necessarily my concern because I don't
But it's
have
a concern,
that. But
not
it's a
your concern,
concern.
but
I think
okay.
it's
I don't think
unfair.
that's occupancy.
Okay,
So can someone
No,
address
it's on
that?
it's on
let's have the city
occupancy.
attorney do it.
So yeah, happy to address it. And just to note, city manager and I had a sidebar. We have no objection to a conversation about guidelines with the hoteliers. In fact, that might be useful to develop something long run that can be lasting within the confines of the definitions. If this is passed, set by the voters. If this fails, as set by the 1971 ordinance, to add clarity to those definitions. There's no objection to that, and that may be a useful process.
If it doesn't pass, I think we should have an administrative, approval passed by resolution.
I think we're open to that as well.
I think the clarity is, hopefully the clarity has been said enough to basically, get the point across. But I'm just concerned about that because Randy said, hey, this is $650,000 for the 2.5% raise. This, and I understand you're saying that it doesn't mean that, but when somebody else is outside, looking in, it has the appearance of that. And I think that is a very dangerous place to go without having very specific guidelines.
I would agree we should have very clear, it's tied to room occupancy, that you can't decline. And I think that's.
And I think we're happy to look at guidelines that would implement those definitions. To also answer the
I'm
question.
just looking for an answer to what I asked for, because according to what Councilman Wyrick just said, I can rent the room, I got an invite to the wedding, I don't have to go.
Exactly.
Correct.
So
Exactly.
is the rent of the farm a part of the TOT? Is it yes or is it not?
I don't think so.
Because the argument that I'm hearing is this blanket that covers the entire property. So is that or is that not?
I think our position is that renting a room for an event would not be subject to the tax because hotel
Right.
is defined to pick up, paraphrasing, occupancy for transients, for dwelling, lodging, or sleeping purposes.
Right, exactly.
The renting the room for the
that's
wedding
already- so
is
that's
not
already
that.
It's already in the code.
And technically,
The problem is that you're changing it. I'm reading what you're.
We're still subject to the rest of the code, which has that definition. And that connection can be drawn through guidelines.
Put it in the rent definition, not the occupancy, and that's the problem. So basically it says,
as noted,
Other fees tied to the occupancy of space in a hotel.
that hotel definition, which that word is defined by,
I
adds
think
that
it
point.
seems to me we can handle this by guidelines,
Can
and we
we
should vote on the
debate this
tax
part later
proposal.
and just pass
Yeah,
the
well, that's-
15%?
that's-
Just say one
I
thing.
just want to make sure that by passing this, we don't shut out the possibility of basically writing good law, good ordinance, for something that is basically
And
blanketed.
I'm hearing the answer is no.
Right.
It does not shut that possibility out. And for what it's
The
worth,
public discussion is over. It's
I
only,
understand, there's no more blue things. So
You what?
I can't submit anything. There's no way to submit a piece of paper to make a comment because there's no more. Cards are, the cards are done.
all right, cards, okay.
Okay, just a very, very quick note. On broadening the scope of what we look at, when we think about climate change, that's a really great thing to go for, and it's very near and dear to my heart. But I don't want us to forget about the rest of the environmental issues. When we think of our town of Ojai and non-recyclable plastic trash that's produced by each individual, we produce 195 pounds per year per individual, which in just the city Purvance is 760 tons of non-recyclable plastic trash that's produced each year. So I don't want us to forget about those other things that are also brought in when we have substantial tourists that in their travel produce even more trash for us to deal with. So I don't want us to forget about that scope when we think about environment. It's not just climate change. There's other environmental issues that we should have the flexibility to deal with them if they become issues.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
And Mayor, if I could just comment real quickly, I think the point is, to the vote tonight is to have the means to address all of these challenges and issues. That's it. We're not trying to, we do the listing of everything that needs to be addressed. It's to have the means. Are we going to go forward with the means and ask the voters to give us the means to address these challenges? That's the important thing tonight.
and if you'll permit me one final comment, which is that the use of guidelines, as developed and agreed and approved by the council, can accomplish and fill in the gaps because the voter approved definitions or the existing definitions set a maximum level. The council could always choose in the clarification of guidelines adopted by resolution to confirm that X or Y activity is certainly not subject to the tax. You can't go above, but you can go below. So like the wedding example, we can write that out specifically in guidelines, and that does not need to be solved tonight.
Okay, and that can be done in consultation with the
We would be, and I think we've committed, we will consult with the Hotel A
Right.
group in the course of
Okay.
writing those definitions.
But did we have to finalize the list?
You do have to finalize the list you're going to put in the ballot label.
Broad
The very
categories.
broad category list.
Okay, so can you repeat what's going to be on the
So
ballot?
what I understand the present proposal is to list the projects for the special tax as follows. Capital improvement projects and maintenance, including street paving, and fire mitigation, code enforcement, and climate change mitigation.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was in there. Okay, thank you.
And then, as noted, we'll also adjust the numbers to reflect 5% and the estimated revenue increases of that, whatever that works out to.
Okay. Have we beat
All right.
it up enough? Okay, we have a
Yes.
roll call on that?
Mayor Johnston?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Wyrick?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good
And
job.
thanks to the staff. You got your work cut out for you. I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
we are now on item number 4, and we had some people that very patiently have been waiting here to hear about our general plan and housing element.
Well,
Are they here for that or? for-
yes,
I don't
and he
know.
got an education about
Do
the
we
general
have some-
plan update environment in Ojai.
Oh, the update on the watershed, should we jump to, do you want to jump to the watershed, or?
Actually,
She had to go?
she had some childcare issues.
Oh, okay.
And-
Mayor,
Oh, okay, so we can go ahead and do the general plan.
Mayor,
Okay.
we have one
We told her
speaker
to
card
watch.
for item 5.
That'd be horrible.
Yeah.
Been there.
Well, we may be able to deal with the general plan update and get to her.
Okay, so should we stay with the order?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see how this is gonna take long.
Well, we still have the climate committee too. I don't think we're
Oh, we have climate committee.
I don't think we're gonna
Yeah.
get to the grant.
When she gets back, that's good, and we'll
I need a
push it
cookie.
forward.
Yeah, I think
Okay, let's.
She was okay with waiting.
yeah, I recommend pushing that one.
Well,
Just, if she's planning to come back, is that right? Then let her, when she gets back, we will take it up.
But don't come back too late.
Assuming that it's today, and otherwise we'll put it on the next agenda. Okay, general plan housing element, city manager.
general plan update.
Thank you. Just a little bit of background. Every county and city in California is required by state law to have a general plan And there are various laws that require those plans to be up to date. City of Ojai, most of the elements in our general plan are from the 80s and 90s, and they are due for an update. As a reminder, a general plan is a key document to address the community's needs and visions for its future. I think that's important because we've had several meetings lately where people asked what was the appropriate situation to have a visioning session, and I think the general plan process will be part of that. Many cities in the county are currently working to update their general plans, including most of the cities in Ventura County and the county itself. We've provided some estimates showing what the costs are of those various general plans. They typically range from about $500,000 to well over $1 million, and in the county's case, it was $4.4 million. The city has worked on a proposal with Ramey & Associates. We had done an RFQ a year ago in November of 2018. We received a couple different proposals. We've vetted those out, and then we negotiated the proposal with Ramey & Associates for a $699,611 general plan update, but it also includes the housing element update, which will be required to be updated by state law in the next, I think it's by 2021. And it also includes an environmental impact report, which is required for a general plan update. So it's a pretty much a full service focused general plan and has housing element update. And that proposal is before you tonight. We did recommend authorizing that contract and then also authorizing one of the optional tasks identified, which was the zoning consistency analysis optional task. We think that would be useful because our zoning needs to be updated. And as far as fiscal impact goes, the city currently has $250,000 in a general plan update fund, which was budgeted for this project. We're applying for an additional $160,000 grant through the state, and so the remainder would be approximately $340,000, and we would budget that in the future budget.
Okay, do we have any cards on this item? No cards, okay. Well, Bill?
Question for staff? Is that right? An element of, I have several questions, but I'm going to start with this one. An element in the existing master plan, quite out of date, was a foundation that a lot of the other elements were built on. A lot of the other elements all referred to something called the Master Environmental Assessment. Mm-hmm. I didn't see any specific reference to that. And I didn't know if the idea is that we would do a new master environmental assessment that would be a foundation for all the other elements or not. It was a difference here between this proposal and the structure of our existing general plan that I had a question about, and also where exactly the issues of sustainability in terms of our resources, water, air quality and stuff, does that fit into the conservation element?
So, and I should have introduced before, and I apologize for forgetting, but David Sargent, who is one of the people working on this project, is here today as well, and so I can also call him up. But or actually, could you speak to the master environmental assessment question, David?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. David Sargent, Sargent Town Planning, and I'm a member of the Ramey Associates team. We would be leading the work on the land use and urban design, community design element. We've done some previous work on your neighborhood planning that I think could roll very nicely into that. The master environmental assessment is a little bit outside my area of the greatest expertise. It's not common to prepare a it's not common to prepare a document called master environmental assessment in association with the general plan update. We've been working on a lot of general plan updates. None of them have included a master environmental assessment.
Is this something that used to be done and no longer is done? Is that why we have it in our existing general plan?
I think it's a bit of an archaic nomenclature.
Archaic nomenclature.
And so what would be included in this is an environmental impact report.
Right.
that would be prepared by Rincon Consultants.
But that's only after you have a draft general plan.
Oh, yes.
It's not a foundation on which the general plan is built.
No, sir, no, because, no. An environmental impact report is prepared to assess the potential probable environmental effects of a project.
Which is the general plan.
So, right.
You have to have the general plan to do the EIR.
Yeah, it's the horse, not the cart.
But I don't understand. I mean, don't you have to have a draft general plan?
Yes.
To do the EIR?
Correct. And in this.
So it's ex post, not a priori.
Yes. However, in the scope that has been submitted to you and worked through with your staff, there is in the initial work an environmental existing conditions analysis.
Okay.
Which is part of the discovery phase that we've outlined.
Can you give me a page?
Which is on page A3.
A3, okay.
So there's the approach is basically a project initiation, which is basically getting ready to go. Then the first real work is we call it discovery, where we interview a lot of folks and prepare a SWOT analysis, a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis to basically identify what the issues are that the community wants to address in the update. And then we prepare, do a health and equity assessment, which has a lot to do with the new state law requirements that those issues be addressed through the general plan. And then the background environmental report essentially assesses the environmental context. It's task 2.4.
428, okay. All right, the background environment, and that's going to be provided by Rincon?
Yes.
Okay.
And
I'd like to speak to that issue, but I'll let you finish.
That essentially identifies existing environmental conditions which can highlight, and along with a SWOT analysis, can highlight environmental opportunities.
Well, that was what the old MEA was supposed to do.
I think that's right.
The foundation for the context section. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Can I raise a concern about that?
Can I add one thing to your second question, the safety element, which is described on page 4-36.
Yes.
That sets forth city's goals and policies intended to minimize risk to people and property associated with natural and man-made hazards, and it lists out all the different environmental.
And that
I'd like to focus on task 2.4.
Okay.
The background environmental report.
Yes.
Where are you?
That's on Exhibit A, page 4 of 25, page 4-28.
425.
Page 4 of 25, Exhibit A, are labeled at the bottom of it 4-28. And it's task 2.4, background environmental report.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I have it highlighted.
Yeah, this is an issue with me, and I think the city manager has raised some of the issue with me or transmitted that. I'm not sure how much you've heard about this, but I'm concerned about having that background environmental report done by and only handled by a private consulting firm. And the reason for that is that we have broader resources that I would like us to have at least the opportunity to explore.
Like what?
One example is the Brent School at UCSB that did some of the original water budgeting and original environmental reports for the Ojai Valley more than 10 years ago. That is a school of environmental science that has had a special focus on the Ojai Valley for years. Mm-hmm. And I actually ran into them at this conference I was just at, and I said, have you guys ever participated in general plan updates from the environmental focus? And they said, yes, we have, and we'd love to talk about that. So I guess what I'm trying to say is not that we would necessarily look at broadening how, and fully understanding who we're using to use the background environmental report, but whether we could write this contract in a way that would at least let us explore those options.
If it were a matter of groups such as that providing our team with data and information that they have developed,
Yes.
then that could certainly be taken into account. If it were, as sometimes happens in undertakings of this sort, to evolve into sort of an additional process where there would be additional meetings where we would be expected to interact with them or them to sort of, help write the report, that can have some significant implications for the amount of time
I understand.
and money that it would require.
When you say
to do the
taking into
work.
account, does that mean that you would decide whether the information was useful to be utilized or not? And how would we know whether, about that judgment?
We would review the information and we would give your staff
the
and
administrator,
you
yeah.
a professional judgment
Okay.
as to how that information could be used to inform policy recommendations and analysis that we could present to you to assist you in making decisions that you feel solid about.
My only concern is that we don't lock ourselves into particular resources without us having really fully vetting, what the options are for the kinds of organizations that we could involve in this general plan update.
But are you suggesting that we delete this from the
Oh, no.
the contract
Absolutely not.
and then bid it separately? It seemed like what Rincon would be doing is providing what is necessary to meet the state law after we decide what we want to do.
Well,
under general plan.
I think we're looking at more than just state law here.
Sure. I mean, the goal is to provide you with a plan that considers the range of issues that we have. Now this is not a comprehensive general plan update. This is a focused general plan update. A comprehensive one that just sort of looked at every possible issue would cost a lot more than this. This is focused on the topics that we say it is focused on.
Yeah, the elements that were listed on
Yes, sir.
4-2.
Yeah, and I will just editorialize briefly that I've spent some of today, once again, looking at your existing general plan, and for instance, on the land use and urban design, the land use element. Well, yes, it's old. It's also good, and there is, I think, the fundamental points that it makes about how Ojai is unique and special and needs to be treated as such are very much consistent with everything we came up with through the process we did a couple of years ago for you. So there's no reason to start over from bare metal. You've got a good solid start on the plan you need. There's been a lot of policy changes and in the meantime at the state level, and it needs to be updated. So we're not just gonna robotically do what the Office of Planning and Research at the state said you've got to do. We're going to talk to you. We're going to understand what the locally specific concerns are as to all these issues. And if there are data sources that we are not yet aware of, we'll certainly review the data. We crave, this kind of a process craves information. What I can't commit to here is some open-ended commitment to, have work sessions with 15 or 20, whoever it is that may, show up within the fee constraints that we have budgeted so far. But intellectually, we're open to better information, and if that information can be provided in a clear, readable form, then we would want to take it into account. We just can't commit to a lot of more process with a bunch of other parties.
I'm not speaking that. I guess I'll just define my position again.
Yep.
And I don't want to exclude in the process in terms of the process, especially on something like the background environmental report,
Yes.
that we exclude academic and nonprofit organizational involvement in that, and I don't want it limited to just private consultants.
No, got it. No, we avail ourselves of.
I don't want the contract to reflect that.
We avail ourselves of resources of information and analysis that are available, and that's always part of the process. We just can't. I just can't commit the team. I'm not the prime consultant on this one. I can't commit the team to some open-ended collaboration with a lot of other people. But
I just don't exclude the option, and by voting on this tonight and having that option excluded.
Right, and I think we would certainly want to take into account good information that's available on all of these points. We want to give you the best possible plan and the most environmentally responsible environmental document that doesn't just only meet the minimum legal requirements, but actually looks carefully at how to protect the unique environment you have here. I mean, I've been listening all evening, and we share the concerns that you folks have about your environment and our environment. I mean, we're all Californians.
Randy, did you?
I'm ready to make a motion.
I just want to say can I say something?
Yes.
I thought it was really good that, just for the benefit of the public, that there's the 8 elements include safety, and safety is defined as including the effects of climate change.
Yes.
So
and the new state law and the Ramey Associates, who we collaborate with a lot, they share office. They share office space with us in our office, and we've worked with them on a lot of projects over the last decade.
Yeah.
They are particularly focused on climate change as a firm. That's part of their core mission, is health, sustainability, equity, environmental justice, and combating climate change aggressively, as are we.
Thank you, yes. Okay, let's make a motion.
So I'm going to make the motion that we approve the authorization of the city manager to enter into a contract with Romney and Associates for $699,611 for the City of Ojai's general plan update and housing element update, and authorize a zoning consistency analysis option task for $20,000, and to include in the verbiage Councilman Wyrick's request that all available data and resources be used as necessary to complete this task.
I'll second. Are you okay with that?
And just an information question on the motion of staff, that's in order?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that this language in this professional services agreement is inclusive of Councilman Haney's motion, especially with response to my concerns, or not?
Can you repeat? I didn't catch the first part of your question.
In other words, do you believe that the professional services agreement, as submitted, has the flexibility to include Councilman Haney's motion language with respect to my concern?
I'm wondering if maybe the way to do it is to, or actually, yeah, that
We can improve in principle and then maybe work out specific language.
And if there's issues, we'll bring it back then. But I think
So the motion would be to approve in principle the engagement, subject to some additional vetting of the professional service agreement?
I'm for it.
Okay.
And
I'm all right with that.
we can add language, our city attorney just drafted under mutual cooperation. Consultant and city agree that the city's provision of data and information may include relevant information, data and analyses from all sources, including academic and nonprofit associates. And if they're good with that, then it would be authorized.
Yeah.
And if I could just interject one thing that might be helpful. So, task 1.2 is collect and review existing conditions. It says the city will provide the team with a comprehensive list of documents and data necessary to prepare the general plan and EIR. Following the delivery of the materials, the team will prepare a supplemental data request to obtain additional data from this. In other words, it's our goal to collect as much data as you want to give us, and if then we see any gaps that we think you might be able to fill some other way,
Will you be okay with the language just stated?
Yes.
All right, then we're fine.
Okay, great.
So we're looking for information.
Good.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Bill, you're good. Susan's good. The maker of the motion, are
I
you?
think Susan seconded.
Yeah, Susan.
And they'll be fine with that.
Bill and I seconded. So we had 3 seconds and maker of the motion.
We'll
We
carry the
signed
motion.
on.
So do we need to vote?
It's the
This is what-
Randy
You need a
Johnston,
vote.
Wyrick, and
Well,
And Cena
since we're
Bud,
talking
Bill.
close to just under $750,000,
Okay.
maybe we ought to vote.
Yeah, call the roll.
Councilmember Wyrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Francina?
Yes.
Mayor Johnston?
Yes. Congratulations. What a
No,
Thank you, sir.
momentous
Thank you, Mayor, for
date.
your drive.
Yeah, right, we're.
We look forward to
Your drive.
seeing you
You
a
drove
lot more
this.
times.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
we, we now have, we're now starting the blueprint for the house we just have been building, yeah. Oh,
And
that's-
Regina has returned for
Yeah.
item 5.
No, that's true.
Well, we have a revised,
Okay, we've got, yeah, so, yeah, we're right on cue then. Item 5, Mr. City Manager, you want to introduce this?
Yes, thank you. So I'll just give a quick introduction. This item is an update from the Watershed Progressive on the California Stream Flow Enhancement Program grants. If you recall, in May of 2018, the city engaged Watershed Progressive for phase 1 of a multi-phase analysis for $15,000. A few months later, in August of 2018, council approved a second phase for $36,588. Watershed Progressive has produced deliverable reports and documents and submitted a grant application to the Wildlife Conservation Board. The city, part of the update is the city is eligible for $503,438 for Ojai projects, which requires a $67,358 in-kind match from stakeholders. But my understanding, and Ms. Hirsch is here to speak about it as well, is that that match can actually be from a variety of stakeholders, including the city, but not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily have to be the city.
Can be volunteer efforts, for example.
Yep.
Volunteers with commissions, et cetera.
Yeah. So there's 4 projects that were identified in the grant. A water-wise recharge incentive program, and then a couple of other programs that are included in the packet. The recommended project to move forward with, and the grant can be used for planning the project, is the Waterwise and Recharge Incentive Program. And as I mentioned, Ms. Hirsch is here if there are any additional questions.
In this, as a general procedural thing, guys, we have had people from the climate group. We'll be right with you, Gene. Our protocols say that the item has to be brought up by 10:30. Normally, we don't. We trail things, but in this case, we do this and we break a little, introduce the other, so we don't keep these folks up all night or send them home without
everything
hearing
right.
from them. So, okay, you take it away, Regina, you're up.
Well, I guess I'm just here to give you an update. So subcontracts are being formed for the grant, and the city was awarded $503,000 and some change. And again, the recommendation after going through the comparative analysis, looking at recharge potential and reduced consumptive use potential, there are 4 projects that we put into the grant. All of those which really are related. And our recommendation is that we go forward and look at where we can install and within those zones that we put forth in the grant. The framework that we're suggesting to use is something called the Landowner Resiliency Program, which would dovetail really well with your climate program and your Fire Safe Council efforts, and any other efforts that you need to do outreach for. It creates planning elements for the city. And again, we can stack the different functions of you guys you've heard tonight with climate, air quality, and anything else as you do landowner outreach. So during this money can be used, the majority of it, $30,000, can be used to actually creating plans. If we start now and we have some of those properties identified and the plans finished by July of 2020, we can ask for implementation money from Wildlife Conservation Board. And so we can actually ask for money to install these plans. And this can, again, can be on the city property, commercial property, and residential property, as well as ag lands. So I guess really, I'm just here to answer questions.
Okay, do we have any questions? The only
Well,
question.
I have comments, but not questions.
Okay, and the question I have is, we just makes it for clarification. When you and I first met, we were talking about the city putting up 16,000, and then again, another secondary thing to support an application for a grant out of the wildlife and fish or whatever, and that it was, I don't know how many million were out there, but it was a no local match. So we in effect were investing in kind of research or development in order to be able to get the grant approved. The grant was approved, but it went to the Conservation District. And
Correct.
Then there's
Correct.
a piece of it that applies to the city, but, so I guess the bottom question is that it's still no match, is that correct?
No, technically there is match. Now, part of this grant is not just the planning element. Part of it is to create a framework for water resiliency in the entire Ojai Valley and the Ventura River watershed. So within that, any time spent towards creating that framework, such as the Ojai Ventura Water Agency partnership, with which some of you attend, those meetings are counted as match. And so to create a better framework and strategy in which water resiliency and in-stream flows, including other benefits like fire resiliency and climate response, can come together.
Okay,
So
but is the answer to my question then that we get credit for in-kind?
Yes, you get-
but there's no more money required to
There-
keep the game going?
Correct. There's no cash required whatsoever. It's all in-kind match, and it can be from volunteers, landowners, community meetings. There is no cash match required.
Right.
And additionally, I just want to add that Watershed Progressive has offered to put up $38,000 worth of match as well.
Okay, so part of the service
Yes.
is that.
$38,000 in-kind service.
Right, yeah, but part of the services is to accumulate whatever local match is required.
Correct.
And it avoids
Correct.
any further cash out of pocket for the taxpayers here, at least.
There's zero cash out-of-pocket match required for this grant.
Okay. I hope everybody at home is listening to that. We're looking out for your dollars.
Where's
And thank you, Sierra Progressive. And
You're welcome.
okay, is there anything else
question.
before we go to the
Oh.
next?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, is this this is what you're talking about, right? The landowner resiliency
Correct.
program? And is this a handout that we're passing out now?
You can. The Landowner Resiliency Program is in effect.
Uh-huh.
And so, again, if we want to use that platform, I'm recommending that we use that platform. It's already a statewide program. It's here in Ventura. The Ventura Resource Conservation District, as well as other programs, have been using it. And again, it's one of those outreach programs that we can stack fire, water, climate, and anything else to do outreach with. So it's a good framework to use.
Okay.
Okay, I have one card from Ray Powers, but before we get Ray up here, what would be the process for interrupting and taking the other item up, Mr. City Attorney?
So there's two processes. One would be interrupt this, take up the other one, table it, then we take up this. Process two would be pause this, take up climate, go through climate, and then come back to this.
Well, I think we should finish this, but I want to be sure that climate has the.
Yeah, then the process would be table this, take up climate, then table climate, then we're back to this.
Okay, everybody
it's a
pour that
little
real quick
theatery,
like.
but it
I'm
works.
happy
Okay,
with.
so we table this for a moment. We are now taking up item number 6, climate change. Now I'm tabling that. Hang on, and we'll get back to you shortly. Okay, for the record, we have at least minimally complied with our protocols. Okay, well, you may proceed, and Ray, you're on deck, so you may want to, in the interest of time, come on down.
I don't need to say
Okay, okay, great.
totally in support of the relationship you have with Watershed Progressive.
Yeah, I'm liking it better now that I know there's no more cash out of the, out of the treasury, but very good.
I kept
Thank
my
you.
promise.
Thank you, yeah, thank you for
All right.
the work, okay?
Well, I just want to comment that I just really want to emphasize the profound upside potential of this. You know, if you read through the description of the planning projects, we're talking about nothing less than really a comprehensive plan, a comprehensive ability to look at recharge, capture and recharge, reuse of water, and really habitat restoration in the part of the valley which the city of Ojai represents, which is the most concentrated stream flow in the entire valley, is within the city limits. I think it's why the city was built here. And what I have learned from going up at this conference that I got, somehow found 5 days of my time to go do, was the fact that we are on, and no small thanks to the efforts of this council in engaging Sierra Water Progressive and that relationship that we've developed, we are on the radar among state regulators. I think it's fair to say. They're ready to help us do the right thing. They view us as a template for trying things that could be used elsewhere around the state. Excuse me, I'm away from the microphone. And I had an opportunity, for example, to speak more than I ever have before with the person who's modeling the entire watershed for DWR, I believe, right?
Mr. Kevin Delano.
Yeah, Kevin Delano. And he is, what I'm trying to say, these are the people at the state level that are very invested in terms of what we're doing and what is represented by what we're doing here and the potential of what we could achieve. So I just want to say I'm very excited about what this step represents and what it could lead to. And I think we need to stay on it and stay committed to it.
Okay, then thank you.
1 second, Mayor. You see, if you were left-handed, I'd be called on more often. So the interesting thing here is what we need to clarify to the community is these are not shovel-ready projects.
No.
These are for plans only.
Right.
So we just need to be clear on that,
Yes.
because that was one of the concerns that we had originally, was what were we getting the grant funding for? And originally, I thought it was that we are going to design and install, and the reality is all we're going to do with this money is design. And then if we're fortunate, go back for additional funding through different grants, or have to fund this ourselves.
Our design guidelines for our street improvement program, for example.
So I agree with everything that we're doing is a positive. I just wanted to make sure that the public understands that this is not to actually go in and do gray water systems in your house at this moment. The idea is to go actually design gray water systems for a multitude of homes in our community, and then either you can do them yourself or we can wait for some funding to do them for you.
But this is the next step to getting more funding.
Let's hear from Sierra Progressive. Regina.
By the way, we dropped the Sierra. We have an office in Ojai now, so we dropped the Sierra. We are Watershed Progressive. Thanks,
I'm
to
sorry.
Ojai. That's fine.
Just Progressive?
We're
Insurance company? Yeah.
We're not. We don't sell insurance.
Yeah.
Just to respond to Councilman Haney's remark, it is only planning. At the same time, these are planning elements, and there is also an incentive program that we can create with this funding. There is, we can help work with the general plan amendments. We can help with the comparative analysis where your funding went, actually help to move the needle farther. Implementation money is much easier to get than planning money. And I know you may not believe me, but it is. If we have plans in hand, we can get implementation money. If we don't have, it's very difficult to get planning money. And it is just really from the efforts that went in from the city and other groups within this watershed that got us the planning money in the first place. So I applaud the city for joining, but the planning money is the hard piece. Implementation money is not difficult. And then lastly, some of these systems with the funding, we can create either jobs. Some of them don't require much outlay to implement. Some of them are more management tweaks to just help save money or recharge. And so we can take some community and neighborhood areas and they can be done within the community with the community and have them buy that, and own it. So depending on the level of expertise that is needed to install it, we can either create jobs, create work parties, and guide that with this funding. And if we need implementation money, it's much easier to get, which, again, there is available funds. There's a lot of money out there. We just have to ask for it. It will be easier to get.
Okay, I don't want this to be an argument.
No, I just wanted to
Okay,
clarify.
I just wanted to clarify what you just said. You just said now we can use this money to actually do implementation. That's what you just said.
I thought what she said is that
No,
with this
it's-
kind of a plan, we go to the head of the line to get the money.
Get the
Yes.
implementation.
No, I heard her, she said in conjunction that you would have the ability to use this money to actually do installations of projects.
We can help create ordinances and also guide others to do implementation. This money can't be spent on labor, but it can help guide community workshops and groups
I just wanted to be clear on that, like you
to
said.
install that. So
I'm glad you brought
shovels
that.
can be put in the ground. Those shovels just can't be paid for with this funding, but they can be guided with this funding.
And I believe this also can be a framework for us to leverage what we want to see done with other agencies within our community, and front and center of that's the flood control district.
Yeah, and I can't understate the importance that a lot of these actions can have multiple benefits to the community, such as heat island cooling, climate buffering, as well as fire resilience, which you heard a lot about tonight. So I really urge you, there's a lot of synergies here that are coming together with your plans.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Regina.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, we are now to item number 6, and we've had some very patient and loyal citizens, volunteers.
Yes, thank you. And I'll keep it brief. What I've started to call the steering committee for the formation of the Climate Emergency Mobilization Committee has met over the last several weeks and has formulated recommendations which are included in the staff report. Namely, I'll pick a couple of the important ones, but the recommendation is for the committee to consist of the five members of the steering committee with 2 non-voting members, Kathy Nolan serving as a liaison to the city's sustainability committee, and the city manager being the second non-voting member. I'm sorry. The committee's recommended that Michelle Ellison be appointed chair of the committee and will appoint a vice chair if needed. The committee will, I saw when I was sitting here that there were a couple of tweaks. The committee turned this around very quickly, so they may comment on this, but I think they rephrased the item about the public. I'll let them speak to that. Well, they're all there, so essentially the recommendations are back before council for discussion and consideration.
Okay. Any questions for the city manager? If not,
I have some
do
comments.
I have any cards?
No, why don't we let Michelle speak to this? Oh, she's here, she's their chair.
Yeah.
So I'm here to answer any questions or provide additional insight to what, in addition to what James has provided in the staff report. Steve Colomé is also on our committee, and he's available as well. So if there's anything specifically that comes up, I guess the one modification to the staff report that we had come up with as a committee today was just a modification around public participation. We will be posting those meetings on the city's website, so members of the community are welcome to attend the meetings. But in the interest of time, we aren't sure whether or not we can commit to time for, specifically public comment, because we're not a decision-making body. We're a, idea-generating task force. So depending on how many community members show up, that could end up eating away into the meeting time quite a bit. So what we would like to suggest instead is to have, we're welcoming input, and just depending on the time in the meeting may or may not be able to allow for conversation during the meeting, but certainly outside of the meeting would be fine and welcome. So we had suggested the change of language to, I don't know what bullet point it is, but we switched, instead of there will be an allocated time for public comment at the end of each meeting, I think the language was around that, instead to be the committee will welcome thoughts and ideas from the community. People are welcome to come to observe committee meetings. So that was the idea behind that switch.
Does that mean, can I ask a question? Mm-hmm. Does that mean that you would specifically exclude testimony to specific topics on the agenda from the public?
Not specifically excluding.
Well, you said only public comment at the end of the meeting,
Well,
which would
right.
tend to imply exclusion of public testimony on specific agenda items.
I guess I'm not fully understanding.
The question is whether, if you'll allow me, would be the public be able to comment on an item on the agenda?
Or
only
anything.
comment at
Okay.
the end of the meeting?
That
And
was
if only
the-
comment at the end of the meeting, that implies excluding comment on the agenda.
Yes.
Excluding comment on the agenda?
No, when you say public comment at the end of the meeting, that implies excluding testimony from the public on specific agenda items.
Right, so we're not going to be operating because we're an ad hoc committee and not operating as a commission or a standing committee. So we're not going to be taking, normal format would be public comment on every single agenda item. We're not structuring our meetings like that.
You're not going to have agendas?
That's what you're recommending.
That's the
Does
recommendation.
that mean you're not going to have agendas?
No, we have agendas.
They're asking us for what we think about their recommendations, and I
Right.
think the recommendation is to try to have this as a working group that is not, constantly, like tonight, there was no way it seemed like we could get around the issue of having everybody get up and talk of whatever particular angle on pesticides, even though that was going to be carried forward. It makes it very difficult, and since they are not an official group, I think that's one of the reasons for having it is kind of set out there and let them get started without having, all of the formalities of Brown Act and creating records.
We could potentially evolve into that.
Once
yeah.
the things, get into it, they come.
Maybe there's a different interpretation of what their group should be, so that'll be
Well, that
discussed.
could be, right,
But I have a
but-
question, Mayor, if I can, please, if I'm not
Yeah.
interrupting.
But go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Continue.
I was going to say that the idea is to get them to formulate projects or ideas that would be then presented to this group, and here is where the public would come in and weigh in on the discussion.
Okay.
Otherwise, you never get around to having something to be proposed if everybody gets to, as you can see what happened to us this evening. Okay, you take it away, Randy.
So, yeah, that's entirely different from my understanding of what this group was to be. So before I get into what I think, can you explain ideal generating task force?
Idea generating?
What does that mean to you?
What does that mean to me? So I had a conversation with one of our fellow committee members today about that idea of basically thinking big picture about how to involve, and this is actually something we need to flesh out as a committee, our scope of work. So, and maybe you all actually would have ideas around this. So would it be most beneficial for us to come to you with specific suggestions? Okay, these are specific projects, initiatives that the city could take upon themselves to enact. Or do we actually think even bigger picture? How do we engage various stakeholders in the community? For example, how do we engage the school district? How do we engage? So that's a bigger picture conversation. So that's where we are actually generating ideas about how best to form this process.
So, Mayor, if I can, I'll just,
I have other comments.
I have
Okay,
comments.
so quickly, my idea on this, my idea was to reduce the amount of time that staff, which is limited, has to spend on fleshing out these great ideas. So your group, to me, would be the ones that are going to be flushing,
I would
not
agree.
the staff.
I would agree.
So that would mean, for instance, you stated building infrastructure, including electrification with clean, efficient energy. So that's a great statement. You need to come back and tell us what that means and give us the pros and cons on it and how we would achieve it.
Correct.
That in turn, then we would open it up for public comment and for digestion in the community. But just bringing us that statement and say, okay, council, there's the statement, you guys figure out what you want to do with it. That's not what I see this group for.
I agree, and those are the general sectors and categories that we've identified, and then within those there's very specific ideas, policies, resolutions, ordinances, actions that the city could take. So we are at the identification, these are the big buckets, and then we'll drill down in our consecutive meetings into the specifics. For example, the engine, that's a very specific proposal before the city council now, but that will fit in a larger category of electrification of equipment, so.
I think Sousa's next. I'll take my turn after we've gone around.
Okay, so I'm glad.
That's okay.
I'm glad, is it my turn?
Yes, it's your turn,
Okay.
please. Proceed.
So I'm glad that you're the chair, in part because I feel like you're connected to what the city's already doing. I don't even know two of the members, and so what I want to know is, are they aware of what we're doing? Do they watch the council meetings, or do you orient them when topics come up? How does that work?
Yeah, I can't speak to their involvement or awareness with the city as of now, so I guess that would be a question you could ask them. So I don't know, but, they're very interested and excited to be engaged on the group, so I'm.
Yeah,
it's
that
great
sounds,
group.
okay, so I do have trouble with public comment only at the end.
Okay.
I think you should have a few minutes at the beginning, because I might want to come and just say something, and, I mean, you can make exceptions for elected officials anyway. And then I would like to see, I would still like to see a short bio and the contact info, their email, on the website, so people can easily find it. I think the city needs a page. The public wants to know and understand, what you're doing. So I think,
Great idea.
there could even be a Facebook page or whatever. Because that way, then the public could comment. If they can't comment at the meetings, they could at least send you ideas until you're ready to open it up. Because I always envisioned that at some point, there would be subcommittees on every aspect of life. Because we have in our city people who have areas of expertise that affect, that are, everything's connected, that will impact.
And that's actually part of one of the recommendations we made in
Yeah.
saying that we foresee potential working groups or subcommittees on topic
Yeah.
areas where we
Yeah.
draw upon experts, either organizations, individuals in the community.
Yeah.
So that's actually part of what is on our agenda tomorrow, is to identify those existing resources, organizations working on climate-related issues, so that we know when the time comes to bring them in for specific discussions around topic areas.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Bill?
Yeah, I'm just going to go on record. I would not vote to recommend the item about limiting public comment to only, where basically you're saying, they come to us to thrash out the details, so you don't have to. Well, that's your job. That's your committee's job, is to accept public testimony on agenda items, I think. So I would not go along with that bullet.
Yeah, I would agree.
So we can
But
leave out
let me
one that
just
James
go
said,
on.
we have written.
I had some other issues.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not sure that I'm understanding what your concern is. I took that to mean that the steering group, whatever we're going to call it, the committee, would hold meetings, have an agenda, explore projects and ideas that had been presented. At the end of every meeting, there would be an opportunity for anyone in the community to come and address the group and give them more ideas, and that would be then the basis for follow-on meetings, rather than starting out with having lots of discussion and no time to actually do stuff for the committee, which is what happens to most of them.
We just agree to disagree. I think this is the kind of, the idea of having this group was to, provide a forum for all available information, including public testimony on agenda items, in terms of enhancing and bringing along understanding of the whole community. So we just agree to disagree, but I can move on to some other comments. That's all right.
Okay.
Well, I don't even know if we're disagreeing. I think
Yeah, I
that
don't think we're
how we're conceptualizing the things.
Let me just make a comment, because we're not envisioning this is going to be a commission that will meet for 6 or 8 hours.
Right.
This group, and it's unanimous among the 5 members, current members of the group, that we're going to have about 2 hours available for a meeting. And if we open it up to public discussion like occurred today, those 2 hours are gone. There's a fairly serious group that's there, and we want to operate as a task force, not as a commission. And
All right.
that's a unanimous opinion of that
Okay,
group.
but let me get to that point if I may, okay?
Oh, wait, are you done, Steve?
Yeah, so I'm just.
Yeah, I want to hear what Steve has to say.
Well, I want to get to the point of what they just raised, okay? We appointed the council members, and I want to get to this, and again, just understand I'm talking structural issues here, okay? Governance structural issues. We have, the 5 of us appointed people to look at how we want to organize this effort, okay? The group has come back and say, well, we want to go ahead and continue beyond steering to a task force. We want to change ourselves from a steering committee to a task force. And we want the council to agree to that. All right, that's my understanding. That's the ask, okay? Couple of issues. since we, this is kind of a new thing, and I like it in terms of council appointees. We appointed for a specific task, steering, want to come back and be a task. Does that mean that, for example, that each of these members are considered serving at the pleasure of each council member?
Well, let me address that. It sounds like you are thinking of this in terms of a commission or a board that will be making final decisions, as opposed to us simply, taking these fledglings and letting them fly, and then see whether or not what they bring back is something that we want to deal with.
I understand, but we appointed people for a specific task.
Right.
The task has now changed.
No, the task has been a recommendation for how to approach
And then,
it.
yeah, if we vote to agree to that recommendation for a change.
Correct, and if you don't like it, then okay.
Does that mean if we feel another person, for example, that we appointed would be better at the new transformed, that we have an opportunity to appoint somebody else?
Listen.
Well,
Can I say
we're
something?
turning it back into a bureaucracy.
I just want to say.
Because if you know somebody that's really good and you said, hey, committee, would you like some help?
No, you see what I'm trying to get at here is we asked for a group to come up with how we want to organize this effort. This group is saying, well, we want to be the ones that implement this effort. Not just how we organize it, but implement it. All right?
No.
And the point I'm trying to make is that, first of all, I guess the committee is recommending that we appoint the chair of the committee, that we agree to the recommendation. I believe that's the ask. And that we, and here's another question, I'm just trying to be detailed and precise here, that we have a non-voting member appointed, a liaison to the existing sustainability committee. Their efforts have been very good, but I don't is there a council-appointed sustainability committee, and what is that description?
Yes, there is.
When did that happen?
No, we don't have a council-appointed. We have
The
a
planning
planning
commission,
commission that
yeah.
has an ad hoc committee, which consists of Kathy Nolan and I believe Ray.
Ray.
And it used to be one other gentleman.
Did that ever, did we ever get a report from the planning commission as to what the activity of that sustainability committee is?
They've come several times in joint
Yes,
meetings and tried to resurrect it, and it seems to me here's a perfect opportunity to merge things like
Yeah,
Sea Frog, Green Coalition, and sustainability
that was
committees,
the
and
idea.
not keep running these things as separate entities.
Yeah.
that,
No, I agree. That's what we
I
don't want to
said
do.
that-
Right,
And at the
yeah.
first meeting, I
We don't wanna do.
suggested that. I suggest to
Right.
having Kathy Nolan and Ray Powers be part of your committee. So.
Well, Ray's
but-
not listed here.
No, but Kathy is the liaison.
Okay, what I'm trying to get at here is how this is going to, I'm concerned, frankly, that the recommendation includes starts with a limitation of public involvement, and then moves into, some specifics about operations, and I'm not sure. Let's say that, and I just want to raise this issue, is there a term for these appointments, or can council members, if we wish to, change these appointments?
Listen, I think it's too early to be talking like that.
No, I don't think so, because if we're recommending.
Okay, well, I
just think this is the kind of thing you need to think through at the front end and not the back end.
Well,
Listen, I want to say something, may I, please?
Go ahead.
After I heard what Steve Colomé pointed out about the time limitations, I agree. A lot of what you have to have common sense. There's a difference if you've got one or two experts that want to tell you something and they have time constraints. I'm sure you can be flexible and let them speak. But if you suddenly have 30 people in the meeting, because it's an open meeting, you have to have some kind of constraints so you can get your work done. And I feel that the level of the people that we have, their level of dedication and expertise, at this point, I would rather trust what you have worked out and give it a chance and see how it works. So I'm not quibbling with anything here. I would only ask that if I show up tomorrow at 10 o'clock and I have to, I'm exhausted and I have another meeting at 10:30, that you'll let me speak for 3 minutes, okay?
And I think what we'd ask for is the term on there? I mean, we were asking for well, what we had discussed was 6 months.
It says the committee would be ad hoc for 6 months.
Functioning in an ad hoc capacity.
Right.
And we would decide at the end of that whether this was a complete failure. But I think in order to make it have a chance of making it be successful, it must behave as an ad hoc committee where we can bring in, at invitation, specific expertise to explore and discuss it, and not necessarily to have it be an open community forum.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of a different format, which all 5 of the members of that committee feel is going to work much more effectively at getting done what you need to have done.
Yes.
As opposed to having a 5 or 6 hour meeting, which I mean, I'd be gone. I'd be out of there. I don't have time, frankly, at this point to put in that type of effort.
Yeah, and I understood it after you spoke, because I understood that, for example, if you bring up a recommendation and a report on electrifying the city, at that point, when it's on our agenda, then the public can speak. So that's how I see it, yeah.
So the way I was viewing when we brought this together was, we had a resolution, or saying that we have a climate emergency and we got to have some group or something to move it. So we tried to, as in fairness, every member of the council was said, okay, pick somebody that you really have confidence in and has the kind of expertise necessary, and let's let them go. They're now feeding back to us what they think they want. They've 6 months to see whether or not this can work, and if it doesn't work, we can just ignore them and they'll all go away, I'm sure. I mean, except for the compensation that you're getting, I'm sure that the honor of it. If we think of it in terms of a formal bureaucracy, then we're going to put rules on them.
I also don't want it to be like the city manager feels he cannot appoint a designee to participate in his stead, and that's not allowed in this either.
Well, but this isn't a charter. It's just these are. I mean, I agree with you. I don't think that that there should be any staff involved in this initial stage, and just let these people come together and share ideas, and then formulate something that they bring back to us. This is just the way they wanted to get started, so that you had some feedback. At least that's the way I read it. And if we don't like it, we can cut it off.
I have a couple more comments, Mayor.
Yeah. Bill, were you done?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm in agreement with what the body is saying. I guess my concerns is any 5 people could get together anytime, anywhere, as a group, and come up with suggestions and then submit them to council. Anyone can do that right now. Okay? You're select. You were picked specifically because you either have a lot of knowledge in climate resiliency and or someone like Jim has a grasp with structure and business and policy and procedures, and so there's benefits to all 5 of you bring to the table. The concern I'm hearing from Councilman Wyrick and myself, again, is just the transparency, because any 5 people can do this. We're asking you specifically to come to the council chambers, to a council room, and actually hold a meeting and actually make yourself available to the public. So maybe we need to figure out how they do that, whether it's at the beginning or it's at the end. But to me, there's got to be something that's transparent, or we can just have any 5 people make their own group and say, we should have the same standing as those 5. And our recommendations should carry just as much weight as those 5. So I know that we don't want to create a commission. Personally, that's what I would do. And I know that we don't want to do a standing committee because of the Brown Act and the rules and the regulations that govern that. But we're trying to create a hybrid that just may not be a functioning hybrid to engage the community. So that's where I'm lost here.
Okay,
Wait a minute.
it sounds like we're
minute.
we're asking these 5 folks to spend their time to be flag catchers for the city council. I mean, if we want public comment, the public comment, see how anybody would want to serve on this if their sole job is to go out there and be a buffer to us, as opposed to being a filter for us
Well,
to come up with what they consider to be the
I
better
can-
ideas.
Well, Mayor, I would disagree a little bit with that, based on the fact that I sat 3 years on the cultural resources. You know why you know why? Because those people that came to those meetings for that time period felt compelled to be a part of solving community problems. So whether these 5 want to do it and spend a limited amount of time or their time, or they have to spend additional time, that's not the issue here. The issue is they're volunteering on behalf, on our request as individual council people. So I'm going to respect that, okay? And I hear what you're saying. But you have to understand, from a community standpoint and a public standpoint, there has to be some form of transparency. And it can't be, it would benefit you in the flushing out of these big ideas to have more people come and at least insert themselves into the conversation. So that's why I see the benefit in it. How we do it, I'm open to it. And then I'll touch on the city manager having the ability to appoint anybody. I don't think that's a deal breaker for you guys. I have no reason why we need Kathy Nolan on this committee. If they'd like to go to the planning commission and present themselves and their ideas, you can do that also. You're not limited just to coming to us. In fact, if we had to do this properly, we probably should put these 5 under the planning commission as an ad hoc committee and let them report directly to the planning commission and let them hold public hearings when necessary to flush out these ideas. That's another way that I think we talked about originally.
Well, I didn't hear a whole lot of conversation. In fact, I thought that resolution that got presented to us that night that we adopted to say that we thought there was a climate emergency also included some sort of community committee, and it didn't have any real structure to it. And so one way to provide that structure was for each of us to have an equal opportunity to pick somebody we thought could really do it and then let them go. Everything I'm hearing continues to be as though this is a Brown Act, even if it's not a state law, this transparency. It's not like these folks are going to be coming up with secret things that are going to be imposed on anybody. They're going to, at least as I would hope, I don't know, maybe I'm saying something that they can't do or won't do, but they should filter and encourage as much community participation. All those groups you say any 5 people could get together, if there are 5 people out there that want to talk about pesticides and its contribution to the whole issue of how do you sequester carbon or whatever, we sit here and listen to all of that. I can't imagine how we can get 5 people that really know what they're talking about to sit through sessions where everybody's idea needs to have at least 3 to 5 minutes. There's never enough time in the day to get things done. I think if we just let them go, if there's something that we see in here that's a problem, but the transparency will occur when they come up with an idea and bring it back as a proposal to the city council. And we will then have all those people talking to us, because that's what we're elected for. If we think we can create boards and commissions in order to distribute that kind of responsibility, I think it's just going to cost us a lot of money and have very little result, I regret to say.
So I just want to, I'd just like to throw one more word in here,
Yeah,
Susan,
go
if I
ahead.
can. I just want to read a sentence that they put into there. The committee recommended scope. So if you read that body, the final sentence is, as such, it shall not serve as a catch-all for all sustainability and resiliency-related issues. So in other words, if you don't have public comment, you don't have a variety of issues that are being brought to the table. So once again, we're relying on 5 people to come up with their, quote, specific ideas as to how to move this ball forward versus having a more robust public involvement. That's just my concern, and they state it in their scope that they're not even going to do that they're going to choose the big topics, and they're going to create, the responses and answers to that. And again, I'm not looking for an answer. What I'm looking for is a pro and a con. I'm looking for all the information that the community can digest and come to council to be able to talk to these issues that are going to be brought up. So I don't know where to go from that. I'm just telling you.
Well, it seems that what we need is a clearinghouse for ideas, good, bad, and indifferent. If these folks are willing to put their thinking caps on, talk to people, bring as much to their meeting, I doubt that there are going to be people lined up out the door with all these ideas. But if at the end of each meeting they're accepting comments and ideas, they may then say, okay, well, if you want to organize a subcommittee of people who are like-minded and are willing to put in the time, good for you. Bring us back a proposal, and we'll flesh it out and take it to the city council and see if we can get some support for it. I don't know, is that anything close to what?
Yeah, and I think, I mean, in our having talked about narrowing the scope, I think an example of that was Councilmember Blatz had suggested that maybe this committee could take on the pesticide issue. And we don't want to be all things environmental. This is a climate emergency committee. We want to really focus on the big ideas and focus largely on where the most meaningful mitigation would be available to the city within the city's jurisdiction and responsibility. And so that really does become, a narrowed focus. That is really the unanimous view of the members of the of this ad hoc committee.
Okay, so.
Good. Let's hear from Susan,
Okay,
and
go
we'll come
ahead.
back.
Well, I just think we need to respect, if that's the unanimous view of the committee that we each appointed for, each person has a high level of expertise. It's very, I thought it was like perfect how it turned out, the diversity and the background. I think we should respect that. I think perhaps what I'm hearing is that sometime down the road, we'll have a public meeting where you introduce yourselves to the community, and we just, there needs to be periodic meetings and to bring in the community, just on climate change beyond, the time here, but just like, what do they call it? A town hall on climate change. And then you could have a panel. All of that can be done. But at this point, I want to respect how you want to work it out and see where that goes.
Is the concern about no outreach, is that?
No, so I think I think I've solved our problem. Okay, so Mayor, what I've done is
Oh, good.
well, I'm listening, and
Hey,
listen,
Go ahead,
Please.
come on.
I'm willing to stick my neck out there, whether I get shot down or not. It's just an idea. We saw that tonight.
Yeah.
So the
Thanks a
Climate
lot.
Emergency Mobilization Committee will consist of 5 members of the steering committee, period. Okay? The committee recommends that Michelle Ellison be appointed chair of the committee, period. The chair will, and I would strike the chair and say the committee will appoint a vice chair. It should be voted on. The committee will welcome thoughts and ideas from the public. There will be a designated time at each meeting for the public comment. They can come back to us on that. The committee will consider creating workshops or work groups to involve other community members. That's fine. The committee will designate a standard meeting day and time. That's great. Meetings will be biweekly and will be posted on the city calendar. Great. The committee's recommended scope: to recommend actions that will make an impact within the city and set an example for other jurisdictions, with a focus on climate mitigation to rapidly and significantly draw down carbon emissions. Period. The rest of it I've scratched out. The committee foresees working in 3 main focus areas, the 3 bullet points as written, and they should come back to council with a clear, defined definition of each one of those. That should be their first work order. Go back and define what each one of those are and come back to the council and clearly explain it to us and the public what you're trying to achieve. The rest of it is as is, and I think I think if we can agree with that all 4 of us can move this ball forward. And I'd like to, last thing is give the ad hoc committee, instead of a 6-month period, let's give them a 3-month period, a shorter chain, and have them come back, and let's see what the results are in 3 months, and then grant them something longer if it is in our best interest. So mine would be 3 months versus 6 months.
If that's a motion, I'll second it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the the use of the term "a chain" really distresses me, that we cannot hand something over to our citizens, well qualified with input from all 5 of us on the council, and just trust them to come back in 6 months. We'd be fortunate to have that kind of volunteerism in any other community, and to be acting like we're supervising the thing, and if at the end of 6 months they don't bring a thing back, then we have our answer. It's not working. But if we start setting these, milestones, and I mean, I like a lot of what you said, Randy, but I would say, for example, I don't care who the chair of the committee is. What I care about is that the 5 people agree on who they're going to have as their chair, and change it when they want.
These are just their governing bylaws. That's all I'm trying to say is, and like you said, to me, the most important thing is they can do in 3 months. They need to clarify their 3 bullet points. If they can do that in 3 months and come back to us and convince us what that means to them, and then share that with us and convince us and the community that we're on the right path, I'm for that. I think that's the challenge. And I think they can do it. I think they're 5 sharp people.
Okay, well, I'm not looking for them to convince me of anything. I'm hoping they'll come up with some ideas and things that maybe not just us, the Board of Supervisors, everybody that's got to participate in trying to make the place a better world to fight the climate change, that if they do that, we always have the chance to say yes or no.
Well, we have a motion and a second.
Oh, I would like to ask why you chose 6 months as opposed to 3 months. There must have been a reason, and I want to know what that reason was.
Chance.
Yeah.
So I think, to my understanding, I don't think we're going to wait 6 months to deliver you any kind of recommendation. This is a fluid, we'll be in conversation throughout that period of 6 months. I think the standard ad hoc committee, as I understand it, is structured usually no more than 6 months. So that's where we were using that parameter as a kind of general definition around an ad hoc committee is usually in existence no longer than 6 months. So that's where we thought, let's have these 6 months to put together some recommendations, and then after, around the 6 month time, see whether or not it merits changing the committee to something more permanent or not dissolving the committee. What the needs are, we'll be able to better assess within that 6 months time.
And 3 months is only 6 meetings.
Right, with the holidays, that's true,
But your request that we come back within 3 months to describe those key points, I think is more than fair.
Okay, so
do we think about this as feedback to the group rather than a motion with any specific thing? And then is that?
Well, no, like I said, I'm looking for accountability here, I'll agree to 6 months if that's what they're asking for right now. I'll go to that. But again, they need to have, it's the same thing that Mr. Wells was alluding to. They don't have guidelines. If they don't have structure, then they get to just go any which way they want. I'm just saying, here's your structure. Run with it.
We appointed people that we trusted, right? So what's I don't understand what this is all about.
And the final thing I may not have read into this was that the city manager should be able to appoint a liaison to this committee.
Well, that was handled by your editing.
Right, okay. Yeah. All right, so that's where we are.
I think, okay, well, it's going to be a tie.
Yeah. Okay.
Where's Ryan where we need him?
Got a motion on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I guess maybe we call the roll just to see where we are, but it doesn't.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina?
No.
Mayor Johnston?
No.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Wyrick?
Yes.
Oh, it's a tie. We'll agree to meet again at a future date. Yeah.
Right now.
So the committee did have a meeting planned tomorrow. Is there any concern with allowing them to meet in the meantime?
I don't.
I think the committee should go back and convey to them what they heard tonight. and let them come back with another recommendation. Maybe it'll change.
That'll be probably the end of the committee if they actually, they say, watch it, they say, what do we got ourselves into?
Well, we only have an even number tonight, so next time we'll have 5.
Yeah, this idea of even allowing them to have the meeting, the language really distresses me greatly.
It distresses me
This
too.
is a brain trust. This is a
Yeah.
group of people to come up with good ideas, and if we don't like the ideas after a certain point, whether it's 3
Well-
months or 6 months, let's just call time out and start over.
Why waste their time? Why waste our time for 6 months?
Listen, I'm gonna like
as
their
we do on
ideas. I
Tuesday
can already
nights
tell
with-
you I'm gonna like their ideas.
Why not? I think we're all fine with them meeting to digest our discussion tonight. What's
Yeah.
wrong with that?
Yeah. The whole point
Oh, I
was
bet
that
they're
we would,
thrilled.
I thought the idea behind each of us appointing someone was that we would then have more trust in the people. That's why I agreed to it.
So
Anyway,
let's have them meet and digest, and next time there'll be 5 council members.
Is this discussion over?
yeah.
I think it's dying a very tragic death, but yeah, I think it is over. Is there anything that the accused would like to say on their behalf? Yeah, okay, well, you don't need my permission to meet as often as you like, and I'll understand
Yes,
if you don't like, but.
And is it true that because you're just you're not any formal body, if you need to meet more often, or you want to get together on a weekend and do 3 hours, you have that flexibility, right, to get the work done?
We just said we could meet completely independently of the city, and we've now 5 of us have made contact.
Yeah, right,
We'll-
yeah.
We'll generate ideas, and we'll come here and nag you guys.
Exactly. Just like some of the other groups that come down that we have.
Now, on a serious note, I hope that you do stay with the process, you know, or if one of you does have to drop out, that we have an opportunity to appoint a replacement if there's something happens, you know. Yeah,
We'll meet tomorrow.
yeah.
Thank you.
10 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
And it's here in the chamber or outside under the tree? Where?
Here in the chamber, I think, right? Is it here in the chamber?
Yes.
Yeah, my understanding was we were just offering a place like we do for other nonprofits and groups in the community to hold their meetings and then let them be, and not necessarily even have a city staff person there, although I think city staff person is always welcome to sit in, and I'm sure they'd love to have him.
You know, Mayor, I'd just like to, I just feel like there's a sense of that we're trivializing this discussion, and it really disappoints me. This committee was formed based on an action that Councilwoman, recommended and was voted on. And we said that we would appoint a committee, we'd create one. Well, that's what we're doing here. Now, if we just want to say, go 5 people and go do it what you want, go do it. And we'll.
Randy, could you
But you
just
hear what I'm
calm,
saying?
yeah, I hear what you're saying, calm down.
So I don't think it's fair to the public, I don't think it's fair to the community, I don't think it's fair to this council chamber that we trivialize this discussion.
Nobody
and we
is
laugh this
trivializing
off
the discussion.
as if it's something not important.
Hardly. It's,
These-
well, okay, it's not worth arguing over
yeah,
this hour. Go
there's-
ahead. if you-
there is absolutely no intention on my part, if anybody that knows me knows that I would never trivialize
It's
the
late
fact
and low
that
blood
we're in a
sugar.
climate emergency. Okay, I read, I do videos, I talk to people about it constantly. It's in the forefront of my life, and I take it seriously. And my understanding is that we appointed people who take it seriously. And that's what I see before me.
That's right.
There's
And the 2
no-
people in the
there's
front
not an
row have done
element of
more than anybody
trivializa-
else in the community,
trivialization.
Randy, and nobody is intending to trivialize it
Well, it's
because,
coming off as that as we laugh
well,
and
okay.
joke about this.
well,
This is something serious.
I know, but the night we adopted the resolution, you didn't even know it was in the resolution, did you?
This committee for me?
The
Oh, sure I did,
committee.
because I didn't want it.
Exactly. Now you're championing it. The people who wrote it one member is the chair of the committee. Nobody is trivializing this. What we're trying to do is give them the latitude to use their brains and their best judgment and bring it back to us. And it seems like most of our conversation is just trying to put, in effect, a bureaucratic straitjacket that requires us to have bylaws and equal opportunity to make appointments in terms of office. That is not what the ad hoc committee was, at least in my view, was intended to be. And when they get all done, if they can't come up with something that pleases all of us, then we start over. But it's not like we have to give them permission beyond what we've given them. We've given them a charge. Go forth and come up with some good ideas. We don't have any here. But this idea of transparency, we got plenty of transparency every Tuesday night. And as Steve says, now that they know each other, they can come back on Tuesday nights and lobbyist like everybody else does. Maybe that's the way it'll turn out. Maybe that'll be good.
Let's have them have their meeting. I mean.
No. Okay. Thank you guys for putting up with all this.
Thank you.
Including you, Randy. Thank you for putting up with all this. I know it's free form, and that's difficult to get our arms around, but
Well, see, I disagree with that. There's a body reporting back to this council.
Okay, but let's,
No, it's not.
They're gonna
why are we,
report back.
rather than beating this, we've done what we've done, and let them come back to us after they get together and see where we go.
We're going to let you do this tomorrow. Yeah, I bet you're thrilled. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, that concludes the item number 6. Let's go ahead and deal with the agenda.
Council member reports.
Yeah, one of the problems with going beyond 10 o'clock.
I have a few
Okay.
things I'd like to mention.
Yeah, okay. Bill, we'll start with you. Go.
Okay. I just want us to think about
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Michelle.
something that I've become aware of, and that is that we're talking about changing how we think about things and how we look at things. And I would like to submit that this bike trail being closed for a long time is in fact a problem for some low-income people that depend on that trail for commuting. I was surprised to recently find out how many people are, that can't afford cars or commuting to jobs on like electric bikes and regular bicycles using the bike trail. Terribly inconvenienced. We think that the bike trail is managed as a recreational trail, not as a transportation commuting trail. And in fact, I have run across people who are finding themselves terribly disadvantaged and challenged in terms of commuting to their jobs in Ojai because that trail is being closed for such a long time without a safe detour. In other words, I think it's a state of mind. Oh, this is a recreational amenity as opposed to a transportation corridor. And my eyes have been opened recently to the extent to which there are people being inconvenienced and to some extent they're safety challenged because that is their transportation route to work.
Can I ask you
And your
something?
report is what?
But can I ask you something? I was on the trail. I didn't know it was closed. When was it closed?
It's been a couple weeks now that it's been closed, and it's down close to Foster Park is where the closure's at. It's outside of the city limits, but there's definitely a closure.
I didn't go that far.
Yeah.
It has actually been closed for months, and it's a public works project
Public
down
works
there.
project.
That's right. But, okay, so.
My point is just it's a comment about how we think about things and how we need to start thinking about multimodal transportation.
Okay, we are at the point on the
And-
agenda where we're getting a little punchy.
All right,
Bill,
so
let
that's
me interrupt
end-
you, okay?
end of story. I just wanted to make the
okay.
comment.
The concept of the reports is to report something back specifically, and then the agenda will be something specifically proposed.
Well,
If we don't have specifics,
These
then
are,
we don't need to do it.
I've been surprised by the number of constituents with jobs in Ojai that can't afford to live in Ojai. That's their transportation route, and I did not realize that.
And they're coming all the way from Ventura?
Yes.
Yes, that's why I always say it's a social justice
On there, and
issue.
a lot of, yeah.
Having safe
Yeah.
bike routes
But
is
anyway,
a social justice issue.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I would hope that we could at least try to reach out to the county planning department and try to get this organics issue at least delayed, where we don't force a closure until the city can be the community can have some input into the situation. This is an example of county planning going forward with something, I don't believe, with any notification to the city whatsoever on something that definitely affects the city.
I'm sorry, Bill.
And
Is this future agenda items
no,
that we're talking
no,
about?
what I'm trying to say,
Report.
what I'm trying to say is whether we would feel comfortable as a council having the city manager contact county planning and say, can you guys just hold off a little bit before you close this facility until we get.
Well,
look
we
at
asked the
this?
city manager for a report back on why they're doing it at this time and see if there's a way to get a reprieve till we can
Right,
weigh in on it.
right, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, okay, so the city manager's got that.
Request to the county planner a moratorium on the closure, or
Just a
moving the
delay on the
CUP
closure,
discussion on it to another
have a little
day.
more due deliberation on the matter, you know? And again, I just want to point out that this is another example where county planning doesn't have an instinct of involving the cities, involving the city in things that their decisions that affect the city's vital interest. And
Okay.
they need to change, you know, this. I mean, I don't think there should be any question that they're talking about the possible unintended consequences of provoking a lot of illegal dumping and more carbon generation for transport and lack of availability of supply for organic material and handling.
Right, so we should
That
have
they
a-
don't even think about, contact the city about that.
Okay, so the request, Mr. City Manager, is to check with the county and find out what the process for this is, who's making these decisions with no public input.
Got it.
Okay.
We'll report that.
And 60 seconds, I promise. I am vetting and working with people personally as a city council member on the administrative decision of county planning that we turn a sensitive riparian habitat into a asphalted hardscape. And I think that is potentially affecting the airshed of the entire Ojai Valley. And I'm personally looking into what we can, you know, what the grounds would be for appeal, along with a lot of other people.
Where is this?
That's the auto storage yard down at the old Shell
good.
plant.
Auto storage and
Thank
oil and gas storage
Thank you.
equipment yard.
Okay, Susan, do you have any reports?
No, I don't have a
Okay,
report. I will next time for sure.
Okay,
not
good.
tonight.
Randy, do you have any reports?
Yeah, I got to represent Councilman Wyrick's seat at the Ventura County Sanitation Board meeting.
Thank you very much. I was up in Yosemite, and he was
Did
my
you do his
alternate.
per diem?
Well, more importantly is the committee asked me if all Ojai council people are the same way. So,
That was a compliment, right?
yeah, of course it was. But I just want to say they enjoy Bill's interactions and activities, and they all thought highly of him. So I thought that was something to report back. Good job, Bill.
Good job.
And that's all I have for council members' reports.
Okay, the agenda items. I've had a request from that civic association that David Marin periodically does the economic report, state of the county. Is any objection to having a 10-minute presentation in the December meeting to?
Great.
Okay, so also the Gables CPU, the Mark.
CP.
Oh, yeah.
Mark didn't bring up the fact, although he told our city manager he was going to. He and Dave Brown met with me a year and a half ago on that project, but nobody mentioned much about the conditional CUP, the conditional use permit. They may have mentioned it, and it just didn't ring, you know, but my comment to him at the time was, well, we need more housing. There aren't very many places to build it. It seems like if you're reducing density, who's going to be concerned about it? But it seemed to me that how are we going to address the issue that the Planning Commission has basically said they want 26 units there? So, Mr. City Manager, is that something that should then come forward to the City Council to see if we agree on that, or?
The procedure that we typically follow, and I've informed Mr. Whitman of this as well, is he's done a concept review. He hasn't actually applied for Planning Commission, so Planning Commission gave some feedback but didn't approve or reject the project. So I've told Mr. Whitman my recommendation is to apply through Planning Commission, and if he then wants to appeal that to the council, he can. But as he noted, they were trying to avoid some of that cost. But I don't see that being a basis to change the standard process.
So does it put him to a lot of cost?
I mean, it's all permits that he would have to do, or it's the process that he would have to go through anyway. You know, he has to go through planning at some
Right, but
point.
if you're doing a 26-unit apartment,
Mhm.
as opposed to, a subdivision is the cheapest way they're going, they're just
Their,
gonna
their
draw
current
lines.
CUP has the 26 units. They want to modify the CUP to eliminate the 26.
Yeah,
So
right.
that's the
but-
question. The question is, can they legally do that? Can they modify an existing CUP?
They could
Yes.
also-
Planning said no.
No.
They're under the
Planning
impression
gave bad
that
feedback.
they can.
They can, I mean, they
They
can
did
ignore
a
this.
concept review before the planning commission that was negatively received, but they did not deliberate on an actual submittal.
So he asked for clarification, and I think that's what you're asking for. And I would be asking the same. What is the clarification on that CUP? Do they have a right to amend it?
He has the right to apply to amend it.
Right,
And
see,
the
what they're
amendment must
trying to
be-
do is avoid going through that,
Well, you don't have to go through a conceptual review.
No,
You
but
can bring
typic-
your plans directly to planning.
Yeah, typically you go through a concept review to get feedback, and normally if you get really negative feedback, that dictates your decision. I feel like this is just trying to kind of go around the process because we got negative.
the sense I have is they don't want to do this, the 26-unit issue, and are ignoring the CUP, which they could. They don't have to go forward with the CUP, but what they need is a subdivision, because it's more than 4 lots. And, well, even with 4 lots, you'd have to have an approval. So that's kind of what they're doing. They're subdividing and going to sell the land off, I guess. So
Yes.
I guess, do we stay out of it?
Yeah, that's my recommendation, is to let it go through the planning commission as it typically would.
Okay.
Well, again, I think what they're trying to do is to save that additional fee of conceptual. And so my phone call back to them would just say, don't go through to do the conceptual, take your, whatever you've developed and take it to planning.
Yeah, they already paid the conceptual, and they should have, in my opinion, they should have submitted something.
Yeah, if they were going to submit anyway, the conceptual didn't really make sense. But a concept review is, I think it's $800 now under
It's
our fee
optional.
schedule. It's not huge when you're talking about a project like this.
Compared to several thousand, if not tens of thousands in total permitting fees, when you take into account staff time plus the EIR or mitigated negative declaration or other CEQA document. Permitting a subdivision isn't necessarily cheap.
There's a lot of issues. I think I agree with the mayor, is we should just stay out of it and let normal process occur.
Yeah, well, it does seem to be a kind of a rub. Normally, what you're doing is you're increasing density, and you want to get the CUP to be able to proceed. In this case, I don't think they really want to do that. I don't think the neighbors want it to be done. So maybe what they do is just go ahead and approve, or apply
Well,
for their
yeah.
eight lots, and then that'll tell them, give them the answer.
Yeah, and there's also an element, and I hope the city attorney will stop me from saying something inappropriate, but the existing CUP has another important stipulation in it that they wish to waive, and that is the provision for employee off-street parking.
Yeah.
And that was part of their publicly stated request to the planning commission, so nothing improper has been said. The complexity of the project illustrates what we really need at this point is a thoroughly vetted review by the planning commission, which Mr. Whitman has not yet applied for.
Okay, so what they want to do, and the concept review really is for what, 8 lots?
Yeah, it's,
Right.
Was it 8 or 9?
the project description bulleted is to revise, throw out more or less the current CUP, freeze the Gables operation of the assisted living project at its current size and unit count, remove the CUP's right to go above that in return for obligations, one of which was employee parking. Freeze all that as stet now, throw out the plan prior, and then replace that on the side land with subdividing it for 8 or 9, the unit count varies depending on the plan, 8 or 9 individual home lots, which they would then sell. That's their current proposal. That is legally permissible if approved by the planning commission and council with the findings that are required for those permits.
But it is
Question is
entangled
whether-
with the CUP?
It is entangled with the CUP.
There's no way they could, if I found a piece of vacant land and said, I want to cut it into 8 lots, that's not a big deal for an engineer to draw that up, showing how wide the streets are and what have you, and submit that. Then you come in, get your tentative map approved, and then finally a final map. If you get killed at the tentative stage or before you even do that engineering, then you've got your answer. Right?
I think
One
we're
of the-
borderline discussion item right here, guys.
Yeah.
We're getting.
Hence the complexity in the recommendation to proceed
One of
through
the
regular
wrinkles,
process.
one of the stipulations in the CUP, which is not deliberation, it's just a matter of fact, was that there was specific performance with respect to adjusting property lines in the CUP. So they want to change that eliminate that obligation in the existing CUP. Is that accurate?
As a final comment, the scope of the obligations imposed in the CUP that currently apply tied to the level of development that was done under the CUP to the Gables project is a matter of dispute between the city and the applicant. And that's one of the questions, is to what extent are they obligated under this current CUP for the development that they did do, the remodels to existing units, not the building of new units. They never built new units. They just remodeled existing ones. And depending on who you ask, built a few more. What those obligations tied to which portions of the original conditions, the employee parking, the land readjustment, how those two fit together is an open question requiring additional resolution by the Planning Commission. So it's not just a CUP matter. It's more complex than that.
That's what I was
Yeah,
trying to
I'm
get at.
done talking about it. I don't
Okay,
think-
it doesn't seem there's any way that, we waited so we don't have an agenda item for that. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's, the rules. Okay.
Future, we're still on future, or is it?
You got any agenda items?
Oh, I just wanted to ask, at the next council meeting, there's going to be two, did we already decide? There will be the item of the letter, and then consideration if we want to adopt an earth-friendly management policy. Is that everyone else's understanding?
I don't know what it is.
You know,
Are you asking for that to be added to the agenda?
Yes, I'm asking for that to be added to the agenda.
I heard pesticide letter was by, I think, a majority of the council, but I didn't hear on the pest management program.
Yeah, and if it's too much to add that at the same meeting, then I would request for January. It's a good way to begin the new year, I feel.
Is this that Malibu thing?
Yeah, and the city already has some kind of policy, but we never adopted it. Because Patty has met with Greg Grant and one of his staff
Could you
members.
just circulate that and let us make an informed decision?
Yeah, that's what I'm here.
Before we
yeah.
commit to on the agenda, why don't we just circulate it?
Yeah, okay, that's a good
Is
start.
that all right?
Yeah,
Since it's a public meeting, we can do that?
It was already sent to you as
Don't reply all.
it was sent to you via email, but I thought it would be good to have a hard
If it's a public
copy.
meeting, we can
Oh, let me put
circulate
that
this.
in Ryan's mailbox.
Okay, I'll do that.
Here's another one. You can have one for Ryan. Okay.
Let me digest this before I have an opinion.
Well, that was
Yeah.
the idea behind the discussion tonight. You had the letter and you had this other request.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of information that needs to be read, from Patty's thing from 2016.
Yeah.
To even understanding the Malibu, looking at Monterey. There's just a ton of information. And for us to jump into a discussion tonight that had nothing to do with the letter just shouldn't have been done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was, in my opinion, was borderline. It connected to the letter, but it wasn't specifically focused on the letter. You're correct.
Well,
Okay, so we have this to read, and I assume the Public Works Department is probably the most
Yeah,
impacted.
let's give one to Greg Grant.
To get
Here's
an answer
another one.
back as to what problems would be created
Yeah.
by.
Thank you.
This has got other recommendations from work committees and all kind of things in here.
Yeah, okay. God, please, no more committees.
Oh, come on.
So that's what
Well, I think it gets to the matter of leading by example. I mean, we want the public to reduce the use of the pesticides that we cannot ban.
Yeah, okay,
because-
now we're debating the issue. You handed it out, that's
I'm
good.
reading.
Okay, Randy, do you have something for
Yeah,
the?
so, I think it's November. I think the month of, well, it'll be December, but we need to do the pro tem rotation
Oh,
yeah.
and committee assignments or reassignments, whatever we need to do.
Liaison,
That-
Is that
this-
happening?
Yeah, okay.
That comes
Whoa.
up.
We usually do that in
The
January,
year's
don't we?
over.
Yeah, we do the pro tem in December and
The committee's in January, okay.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Thanks for the,
Okay.
okay, anything else? Mr. City Manager, you, if not,
Anything else?
okay.
All right.
Thank
We're
you,
done.
everyone.
Hey, it's before midnight, Mayor.